Some monuments stand tall, some are buried, some were never meant to be found. What began as simple ruins or unusual formations turned into a trail of questions that science still hasn't been able to answer. From stones cut too precisely to fit without mortar, to tombs that haven't been opened in thousands of years, the remains of ancient civilizations leave behind more than just broken walls and forgotten languages. They leave behind gaps in what we think we understand. Behind every carved chamber, lost city, and undeciphered script, there's a quiet suggestion that maybe we're missing something. What if the tools we assume they lacked actually existed in a form we haven't recognized? What if the knowledge they carried vanished with them, and what we call mystery is just memory we've lost? These aren't just questions about history. They're questions about how much we still don't know about ourselves. The Great Pyramid at Giza has fascinated people for centuries. It stood on the Giza Plateau just outside modern-day Cairo and acted as a towering testament to the engineering abilities of the ancient Egyptians. Its sheer size was not the only impressive feature, though. The precision with which it was constructed remained a subject of endless debate among historians and archaeologists. Many measurements appeared so exact that they seemed to defy the limited technology ancient builders were believed to have had at their disposal. Even today, visitors stand at its base and try to grasp how ancient workers managed to piece together millions of stone blocks with near-perfect alignment. Researchers used to assume it was done through trial and error, but more studies revealed that there might have been more advanced surveying techniques, possibly involving careful astronomical observations. Some speculated that advanced mathematics played a larger role than originally imagined. That's where tools like Filmora have become surprisingly useful in my process. For parts of this documentary, I've been using Filmora's audio to video feature. It allows me to take a simple voice recording, like a segment of this narration, and instantly convert it into a video with visuals, captions, and even a talking avatar if I want to personalize the delivery. The process is fast, and most of it is automated through AI. You can upload audio from your computer or even directly from YouTube. Then choose your style, aspect ratio, and duration. Filmora's AI selects highlights from the audio and builds a visual sequence around it. If you're creating lessons, short explainers, or summaries, this saves a lot of time and still looks professional. You can also make edits manually afterwards using Filmora's full editing timeline. I found it especially helpful for previewing how my voiceover segments might look with visual context before I commit to a full render. If you're working with educational content or just want an easier way to turn ideas into videos, Filmora is a great option to explore. Thousands of creators are already using this to speed up their workflow. Don't get left behind, click the link in the description and start creating effortlessly with Filmora today. Others insisted it was purely the result of experience, with builders passing down knowledge through generations of masons and laborers. Evidence suggested that the pyramid's corners lined up closely with the 4 cardinal directions. This implied a sophisticated understanding of geometry and astronomy. Tools found in various tombs provided hints about how they surveyed land. Some were simple plumb bobs and ropes that could be used to draw straight lines and measure angles. Others were more specialized, like the Merket, which resembled an early version of a measuring device for tracking stars across the sky. Despite those artifacts, one question persisted. How did they achieve such accuracy on such a massive scale? Over 2 million stone blocks were quarried, transported, and fitted together, and many weighed several tons each. The ramp theory, often cited in documentaries and books, proposed that workers dragged stones up large inclines. Yet no one knew exactly what those ramps looked like or how they were arranged. Suggestions included straight ramps that ran from the ground up to a certain level, spiral ramps around the sides of the pyramid, or even a combination of both. None of those proposals fully explained the level of precision that archaeologists recorded in the final structure. Some observers pointed out that even a small margin of error could have drastically altered the pyramid's shape, by the time it reached its peak height. If workers had started off alignment by a fraction of a degree, the top of the pyramid might have been off by many feet. Yet the corners aligned with remarkable accuracy. It was also interesting to note that each side of the base measured roughly 230 meters in length, and all four sides were nearly equal, with differences of just a few centimeters. In a modern context, that type of precision might be expected with laser tools or advanced CAD programs. In the ancient world, it seemed more mysterious. Researchers recognized that the ancient Egyptians had advanced knowledge of mathematics. They had to, given the complexity of other structures along the Nile. Still, the Great Pyramid took that sophistication to a different level. Many theories tried to explain how they oriented it so perfectly with the cardinal directions, including the possibility that they used the sun's shadows at specific times of the year or aligned with certain stars in the night sky. The interior of the pyramid also fueled debate. The arrangement of the king's chamber, the queen's chamber, and other passages suggested a deliberate plan rather than random tunnels. People pointed to the Grand Gallery's slope as further evidence that the Egyptians understood how to control angles and shapes. Some thought that the unique interior design was connected to their beliefs in the afterlife, associating the structure's geometry with spiritual significance. Others believed that the interior's layout was mainly practical, serving as a protective measure to deter tomb robbers. They suggested that multiple passageways might have been decoys. What remained indisputable was that every chamber and every corridor was placed with care. Some blocks in the king's chamber weighed as much as 50 tons and were transported from quarries many miles away. Moving them must have taken enormous coordination. Yet it was not just brute force that allowed them to place these blocks exactly where they needed to go. It also required planning that many people found astonishing. Explanations often pointed to a disciplined workforce capable of working methodically for decades. Pharaoh Khufu's reign supposedly provided the political will and resources needed to bring together thousands of laborers, architects, and artisans. Document fragments suggested that the builders were not necessarily slaves in the traditional sense, but organized laborers who lived in nearby settlements. Inscriptions found on ancient structures mentioned teams of workers, sometimes naming themselves after pharaohs or referencing local gods. Archaeologists also discovered evidence of bakeries, breweries, and living quarters, indicating a sustained effort to feed and house everyone involved in the building project. All of that spoke to an advanced level of social organization that allowed them to undertake a construction project on this scale. Yet the question of how they maintained such precision across so many stones remained unanswered for some. There was a level of consistency that some believed would have required sophisticated measuring tools. Controversies emerged in modern times when some people proposed that aliens must have assisted in the pyramid's construction. This line of thinking pointed to the block's huge weight and the near-perfect alignment, suggesting that humans alone could not have performed such feats. Mainstream archaeologists dismissed this theory, arguing that there was no need to involve extraterrestrials when the ancient Egyptians likely had enough technical know-how. They emphasized that lost knowledge or unpreserved evidence could have explained the seeming impossibility. Others suggested that the Egyptians might have used specific techniques for softening stone or creating artificial stone blocks. However, scientific analyses generally showed that blocks were limestone quarried nearby, though the idea of poured stone occasionally appeared in various speculative circles. Even so, nothing definite proved that the pyramid's core was composed of reconstituted rock. Another interesting aspect was the mortar used between the stones. It appeared to be made of a composition not found anywhere else in Egypt. This mortar was studied for its properties and turned out to be incredibly strong, though it did not directly solve the precision mystery. It showed that the builders had experimented with various materials to find the best solution for holding the blocks together. That kind of experimentation hinted at a trial and error process, but did not fully explain how they set the original orientation or got each side so straight. Speculation occasionally turned to the possibility that they used water trenches around the perimeter to measure a level baseline. If they poured water into a trench, the surface of the water would be perfectly level, giving them a reference to guide their foundation work. While no direct evidence of such trenches survived, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Many large-scale building projects in different civilizations used rudimentary water levels in creative ways. The Great Pyramid's interior angles and the ratio of its height to its base also caught the attention of those who believed there was a special significance to its measurements. Some claimed it contained mathematical constants like pi or the golden ratio, though these interpretations were heavily debated. For instance, the slope angle of the pyramid was close to a ratio that aligned with pi, which led to wild ideas about the Egyptians having discovered that constant long before modern mathematics. Scholars tended to argue that any close alignment with pi was a coincidence, or at best, an incidental byproduct of trying to construct stable angles for a massive structure. But the debate still lingered, with new publications occasionally reigniting the discussion about whether the pyramid's design was purely practical or also carried hidden mathematical meaning. Over the centuries, the structure itself changed. Its casing stones, which once provided a smooth outer surface, had been removed or worn away. Those stones might have offered further insight into how the Egyptians maintained such a uniform shape, as they were said to have been polished white limestone that fit together seamlessly. The few remaining at the pyramid's base showed an extraordinary level of craftsmanship. If the entire pyramid was once covered with that same finish, it must have been a dazzling sight, reflecting sunlight and gleaming in the desert. The removal of most casing stones for use in later buildings in Cairo or lost to time left researchers piecing together how the exterior once looked. Even without them, the underlying structure preserved the evidence of precise alignment, suggesting that the entire project was carefully calculated from start to finish. Recent decades saw the use of modern technologies to scan the pyramid, revealing anomalies and hidden voids inside. Experts used muon tomography, a technique involving cosmic rays, to detect unknown spaces. A large void above the Grand Gallery was announced, sparking fresh curiosity. No one was certain if it was another chamber or just a structural space used in the construction process. The presence of undiscovered cavities might mean there are still secrets about how the pyramid was built. Yet even with these scans, it was not entirely clear how those spaces fit into the grand design. Some believed these empty areas were critical to relieving stress on lower chambers, while others speculated they could be sealed corridors or rooms. The fact that the pyramid might still hide uncharted sections hinted that a full explanation of its construction could remain elusive for a while longer. The simplest explanation was often cited by archaeologists. Thousands of skilled workers, organized by the state, spent years carefully laying each stone, guided by basic yet effective surveying tools. Over time, they developed a nearly flawless method of setting the orientation and angles. Because Egyptian society was stable and wealthy under Khufu, it had the resources to invest in the project. Repetition and oversight by experienced engineers and architects ensured the final result remained consistent. In many ways, that explanation did not diminish the pyramid's marvel. It was still an extraordinary achievement. It showed a level of communal effort, dedication to the pharaoh, and advanced understanding of geometry that was rarely matched in the ancient world. Even so, parts of the story were still missing. Modern science and archaeology continued to uncover new evidence. Each new piece suggested that the ancient Egyptians were more advanced in their engineering approaches than previously assumed. There were fewer doubts about whether human beings could have built something this precise. Instead, the deeper inquiry became how they acquired the expertise to do it so methodically in an age long before modern machinery. The Great Pyramid might remain the single greatest symbol of the Egyptian skill. Its mysteries were unlikely to vanish anytime soon, and the conversation about its construction continued to evolve with each new study. Travelers who visited Giza were often struck by the pyramid's scale and the sense of wonder it inspired. Many described feeling small next to its vast limestone blocks. The pyramid commanded respect not merely because it was old or massive, but because it hinted at an era when people accomplished seemingly impossible tasks through sheer ingenuity. Standing in its shadow, observers often asked the same question: how did they manage to do this so perfectly all those thousands of years ago? The answer might be hidden in the remnants of ancient tools, traces of workers' camps, or faint inscriptions left by builders. Researchers would likely keep searching for evidence in the desert sands. Until a definitive explanation was found, the Great Pyramid precision problem would continue sparking curiosity. The alignment, the massive scale, and the almost unbelievable craftsmanship formed a puzzle that spanned centuries. It pushed people to reconsider the capabilities of civilizations that existed long before modern technology. It also reminded the world that human creativity and determination could achieve things that might seem beyond reach. Even if future studies revealed every detail, the pyramid would likely never lose its aura of mystery. Its silhouette on the Giza Plateau would remain a monument to an ancient society's commitment to creating something meant to endure for eternity, capturing imaginations in every generation that gazed upon it. Mohenjo-daro was one of the most remarkable urban centers in the ancient Indus Valley civilization. Located in what is now Pakistan, it flourished around 2500 BCE, roughly contemporaneous with ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. While it left behind no grand pyramids or towering ziggurats, Mohenjo-daro stood out for a different reason: its urban planning and drainage system. Archaeologists discovered a level of sophistication that defied common assumptions about what was possible in that era. The city featured streets laid out in a grid, standardized brick sizes, and an intricate system of drainage that carried wastewater away from residential areas. This pointed to a society that prioritized hygiene, order, and planning to an extent that was extraordinary for its time. The first excavations at Mohenjo-daro occurred in the 1920s, led by archaeologists who were astonished at the site's uniformity. They noticed that structures used baked bricks of similar dimensions, suggesting a standardized system of measurement. The streets were surprisingly straight, intersecting at right angles, which was a trait more commonly associated with modern urban design. Even more astounding were the drains running under or along the sides of these streets. While other ancient cultures had rudimentary drainage, Mohenjo-daro's system appeared far more advanced. Households often connected to a centralized sewer line, indicating a degree of collective planning. There were inspection holes or access points at various intervals that might have allowed city workers to clear blockages or maintain the flow. This hinted at a level of civic organization not commonly seen in many ancient settlements. Another unusual aspect was the Great Bath, a structure located in the citadel area, which many believed to be a place for ritual bathing or communal gatherings. The design featured watertight brickwork with a layer of bitumen to prevent leaks, suggesting that the builders understood waterproofing. Surrounding rooms might have been used for changing or storing items, and steps led down into the pool. This complex was connected to drainage channels that allowed the water to be emptied and replaced. The presence of this bath supported the idea that cleanliness and water management were highly important in Indus society. While the Great Bath was fascinating in its own right, the city's more general drainage system was even more significant because it served the entire population, not just the elite or priestly class. Archaeologists saw evidence of bathrooms and toilets within individual homes, which sometimes connected to covered drains that ran along the streets. This arrangement allowed wastewater to flow away from living quarters, minimizing the risk of diseases. In many contemporary cultures of that period, such comprehensive sanitation was rare or non-existent. The question arose as to how the inhabitants organized such an effort. City planning at that scale implied not only a group of skilled builders, but also some form of governance that could establish rules for construction, decide on standard brick sizes, and ensure that everyone followed the guidelines. Yet evidence of monarchs or grand palaces in Mohenjo-daro was either scarce or non-existent. There was no overt sign of a central authority like a king's palace or a massive temple dominating the city. That contrasted with Egypt's massive pyramids or Mesopotamia's towering ziggurats. Instead, the archaeological record hinted at a more egalitarian or at least decentralized structure, though the exact nature of Indus society remained a puzzle because the script they used had never been fully deciphered. The uniformity of urban design and drainage suggested some collective decision-making process or a centralized authority that operated differently from the divine king model found in other ancient cultures. Without written records to explain how decisions were made or how taxes were collected, researchers were left to piece together the story from the physical evidence. The advanced drainage system indicated that public works were clearly a priority. The city's design did not appear to have grown organically over centuries in a chaotic manner. It seemed more like it was planned from the start, which was highly unusual in the ancient world. One of the big questions revolved around how such a system was maintained. Even a perfect drainage system would require cleaning and upkeep. Did Mohenjo-daro have a core of workers responsible for unblocking drains and ensuring water flowed smoothly? There were openings in the drainage channels that may have served as points where debris could be cleared. This suggested an ongoing effort to keep the system functional. Perhaps inhabitants also had a shared understanding of what could and could not be disposed of in the drains, reflecting a communal approach to sanitation. The fact that these details were not fully clear stemmed from the city's sudden decline, the reasons for which were not definitively known. Various theories about climate change, shifting river courses, or invasions had been proposed, but no single explanation satisfied everyone. As centuries passed, Mohenjo-daro was abandoned and eventually forgotten, buried under layers of sediment. When it was rediscovered, researchers were impressed not only by the drainage, but also by the city's overall layout. Buildings often had multiple stories, which was confirmed by the thickness of walls and the presence of staircases. This level of complexity challenged outdated assumptions that ancient societies outside of Egypt and Mesopotamia were primitive. The Indus Valley civilization was in many ways on par with, or even exceeding, the achievements of its contemporaries. The drainage system symbolized that advanced knowledge of civil engineering. Designing a network of drains that covered such a large urban area was no simple feat. It had to account for gravity flow, ensuring that waste and rainwater were carried away efficiently without flooding streets or backflowing into homes. It was also important that the city's layout took advantage of geographical features. Scholars believed the builders positioned certain areas at higher elevations to facilitate drainage. Walls that indicated flood management were sometimes found, suggesting that the inhabitants understood the threat posed by monsoon rains or river floods. The Indus River itself was crucial for agriculture and trade, but it could also pose hazards if not managed properly. The city's arrangement appeared to reflect an understanding of hydrology that some might not expect from a Bronze Age community. Evidence of granaries and standardized weight measures hinted at trade and economic organization. People who lived there likely engaged in commerce and might have traded goods like cotton textiles or crafts with neighboring regions. The presence of a highly ordered drainage system likely contributed to a healthier living environment, which could have helped the city prosper as a trade hub. Disease outbreaks would have been less common if waste was carried away effectively. Despite all the archaeological work, many questions lingered. The writing system found on various seals and tablets remained undeciphered, limiting insights into how decisions were made about city planning. Also, the social or religious beliefs that underpinned that planning remained largely unknown. Scholars noted that there were no massive statues or palatial complexes to celebrate individual rulers, so it was unclear who directed the construction of the city's infrastructure. Some suggested a more collective form of governance, while others thought there might have been an elite class that simply did not leave behind the kind of monuments familiar from other ancient civilizations. The uniform brick sizes and street layouts continued to amaze visitors and researchers alike. It all pointed to a shared cultural understanding of how a city should be organized, extending beyond Mohenjo-daro to other Indus sites like Harappa. That pattern of uniformity indicated a broader civilization-wide approach to urban planning. Another subject of fascination involved the private wells found in many homes. Water seemed to be a central concern for inhabitants, and wells provided a personal source of clean water. Coupled with the drainage network, these wells suggested an integrated approach to water management. It was not just about removing wastewater, it was also about ensuring a convenient supply of fresh water. Such considerations implied a deep understanding of health, or at least comfort. There were also large public wells, which further pointed to a society that recognized the importance of communal resources. Archaeologists continue to debate how the well water was replenished. Some believed an underground water table fed these wells, while others thought the water level might have changed over time as rivers shifted their courses. Mohenjo-daro's advanced drainage system forced historians to reconsider technological progress in the ancient world. Civilizations did not always follow a simple line from primitive to advanced. Different societies in different parts of the world developed specific technologies to address their immediate needs. For the Indus Valley civilization, urban planning and sanitation might have been paramount. In contrast, other cultures poured resources into massive royal tombs or religious temples. This did not necessarily mean one culture was more developed than another overall. It just meant they focused on different priorities. The emphasis on hygiene and standardization in Mohenjo-daro was remarkably forward-looking. It suggested that inhabitants placed a high value on communal well-being, or at least on maintaining a well-organized city. Unfortunately, the downfall of Mohenjo-daro left the drainage system buried and broken. By the time modern excavators uncovered it, centuries of neglect and natural decay had taken their toll. Still, enough remained to reveal an impressive picture of how the city once functioned. The advanced nature of this system contrasted sharply with many later societies that did not invest in such widespread urban infrastructure. There was a sense of tragedy too, because so much about that civilization was still unknown. Without decipherable texts, the motivations behind these achievements remained a matter of speculation. Yet the physical evidence alone spoke volumes about a place where city planners took a deliberate approach, building something that might match modern-day standards of public sanitation in many respects. Visitors to the site today can walk along the excavated streets and peer into the covered drains. Some of the brickwork remains remarkably preserved, considering its age. It is humbling to realize that these structures once carried waste and water away from the bustling neighborhoods of an ancient metropolis. While much of the city has eroded or collapsed, enough remains to illustrate its former glory. The grid of streets, the thick walls, the wells, and the drainage channels combined to create a portrait of a society that was, in its own way, highly sophisticated and possibly more advanced in municipal organization than many of its contemporaries. If the people of Mohenjo-daro had left behind their own lengthy inscriptions explaining the logic behind their city design, historians would have more concrete answers. As it stands, the drainage system is a silent testament to a remarkable phase of human ingenuity. It is a reminder that progress in different parts of the world can take various forms, and that advanced city planning was not restricted to just a few ancient cultures. Mohenjo-daro's drainage system remains one of the finest examples of early urban engineering, underscoring the creativity and organizational prowess of the Indus Valley civilization. Easter Island, known locally as Rapa Nui, is famous worldwide for its massive stone statues called moai. These monumental figures dotted the island's landscape in various states of standing or collapse, silently hinting at a once thriving culture. The biggest mystery surrounding them was how the island's inhabitants transported these multi-ton statues from the quarries to their final locations. The largest moai could weigh over 80 tons, and some were transported several miles across rugged terrain. Modern visitors stared in awe, wondering how people without modern machinery managed such feats. Many theories emerged over the years, from wooden rollers to ropes and sleds, and some suggested that the moai were walked upright by carefully rocking them from side to side. The story of Easter Island began long before Western explorers arrived in the 18th century. Polynesian settlers believed to have reached the island around 1200 CE, adapted to its isolated environment. They practiced agriculture, built homes, and developed religious and cultural traditions unique to their new home. The moai were sculpted in a volcanic stone quarry called Rano Raraku. Visitors today can still see partially carved statues in the rock face, as though the carvers simply walked away one day. The finished moai, once they were completed, had to be moved to various ahu, or ceremonial platforms, around the island's perimeter. Why they were placed facing inland rather than toward the ocean remained a subject of speculation. Many believed they represented ancestors who watched over the communities, offering protection and blessings. Transporting such massive statues without draft animals or wheels seemed astonishing. The most common early explanation was that the islanders used wooden logs as rollers. They would cut down palm trees, place the statue on a sled or platform, and roll it across the landscape. That theory assumed the island once had abundant palm forests, which indeed it did, based on pollen analysis of sediment cores. The diversity of moai sizes and the varying distances between the quarry and ahu sites suggested there might not have been a single universal method. The islanders likely adapted to circumstances. If a statue had to be moved across flatter ground, maybe the walking method was preferred. If it needed to traverse hillier areas, perhaps a sled or rollers were used. The truth might never be completely pinned down because the indigenous population drastically declined following European contact and many of their traditions were lost. The broader question about the moai transport mystery was often linked to why the Rapa Nui society eventually collapsed or at least underwent severe hardship. One popular narrative claimed that the obsession with building and moving ever larger moai led to deforestation and environmental degradation. Without trees, the islanders could not build canoes for fishing or maintain their agricultural techniques, leading to famine and conflict. Overuse of resources might have triggered a cascade of social and ecological problems. While this story gained widespread attention, more recent research suggested it might not be the whole truth. There were signs that the Rapa Nui people adapted to changing conditions and were still present on the island when Europeans arrived. Diseases brought by outsiders and slave raids in the 19th century also contributed significantly to the population collapse. Regardless of how the culture changed, the fact remained that many moai were successfully moved to sites around the island. Observers who studied the trails leading from the quarry to the coast noted that there were statues in transit that seemed to have been abandoned along the way. Some were broken, possibly by accidents during transport. Others appeared intact but left standing or lying down in remote locations, suggesting that something interrupted the journey. It could have been a conflict or a shifting cultural or political situation that caused work to stop abruptly. Whatever the reason, these abandoned statues provided archaeological clues to the transport process. Researchers examined scratches on the rock or wear patterns at the base of the statues, trying to deduce whether they were dragged or rocked back and forth. Evidence was sometimes inconclusive, but each find added a piece to the puzzle. People who lived on Easter Island during its peak might have seen the moai as essential to their spiritual or social well-being. Placing these statues on ahu along the coastline was presumably a way to connect communities with their ancestors and maintain social cohesion. It might have been a deeply religious act, not just a display of power. Today, the moai stand as monuments to human ingenuity and the capacity to accomplish impressive feats under challenging conditions. They also remind the world of the fragility of societies that depend on finite natural resources. The island's isolation amplified any mistakes in resource management, leading to long-lasting consequences. Modern researchers sometimes reenacted possible transport methods to see which ones seemed most plausible. Teams pulled smaller replicas with ropes, set up wooden rails, or tried the rocking motion. All of these experiments required collaboration and precise timing. Mistakes could lead to a replica falling over and breaking. The results suggested that the Rapa Nui people likely had a deep understanding of their environment, as well as engineering knowledge passed down through generations. They would have needed rope-making skills, presumably from plant fibers, along with the know-how to carve stone so it could be balanced properly. The design of the moai might have incorporated subtle adjustments that aided transport. Slight variations in the shape of the belly or the base could have made rocking them a bit easier. For many visitors to Easter Island, seeing the moai up close evoked a sense of wonder. The heads, often topped with large stone hats, gazed across the island as though guarding it. These hats themselves had to be carved from a different kind of stone called red scoria, found in a separate quarry. Transporting these large cylindrical pieces and then lifting them onto the moai added another layer of complexity to the process. The hats, or pukau, could weigh multiple tons as well. How they were hoisted onto the statues remained another question that sparked fascination. One explanation was that ramps were built up around a standing moai, allowing workers to roll the pukau into place. Another idea was that the hat was fitted before the statue was fully raised. Yet the moai at some Ahu sites clearly had hats placed on their heads after they were already upright. The mystery of the moai transport was also tied to the island's identity and heritage. The modern Rapa Nui community, descended from the ancient Polynesians, carried on cultural traditions and took part in efforts to restore or preserve moai. Some were re-erected after archaeological digs, giving visitors an idea of how the statues originally appeared. The local population often participated in discussions about what the moai meant and how best to protect them from erosion and vandalism. The island's small size and limited resources still posed challenges. Tourism brought economic benefits, but also the risk of damage to historical sites. Balancing these concerns remained an ongoing process. While the question, how did they move these statues, had no single definitive answer, most researchers agreed that the Rapa Nui people did it through human ingenuity, using materials available on the island. There was no evidence of advanced technology or outside intervention. Some once claimed that extraterrestrials might have played a role, as happened with other ancient wonders around the world, but mainstream archaeology found no support for such claims. The real story was likely one of careful planning, elaborate religious or cultural motivations, and a willingness to invest massive effort into communal projects. The moai not only symbolized status or ancestral worship, but also the cohesive power of collective effort. From the first carved statues left in the quarry to the tallest standing moai on the island's edge, the entire process represented a hallmark of human creativity under limited conditions. The Rapa Nui people navigated their environment, worked together, and developed strategies that might seem baffling to outside observers, but were perfectly reasonable in their context. Each moai that still stood on an ahu demonstrated the success of this system, while the scattered ones along ancient paths hinted at the challenges and occasional failures. The island itself served as a grand outdoor museum that preserved evidence of triumphs and setbacks alike. Easter Island's moai transport mystery would likely remain part of popular imagination for years to come. Researchers continued to refine theories, analyzing wear patterns, studying ancient path remains, and listening to local oral histories for more clues. Despite the progress made, a definitive universal method might never emerge. Perhaps that was fitting for a culture that relied heavily on oral tradition and symbolic understanding of the world. The moai stood as silent witnesses to a once thriving society that found unique ways to solve engineering challenges and express reverence for ancestors. In that sense, the mystery was not just about how the statues got from one place to another, but about the cultural and spiritual world that made such monumental efforts worthwhile. Tiwanaku and Pumapunku stand on the high plateau near Lake Titicaca in western Bolivia. They are sites that continue to raise questions about the ingenuity of ancient cultures in the Andes. Researchers believe the Tiwanaku civilization existed for centuries before disappearing around the turn of the first millennium. It left behind impressive stone constructions, hints of vast administrative centers, and a sense that something remarkable once flourished at these wind-swept altitudes. Pumapunku sits close to Tiwanaku and contains massive stone blocks that seem to fit together with extraordinary precision, as though crafted with tools one wouldn't expect to find in a pre-industrial setting. The entire region invites speculation about how societies managed to carve, transport, and assemble such heavy objects in an environment known for its thin air and cold temperatures. Tiwanaku was likely a religious, economic, and political hub. Its location near Lake Titicaca may not seem very hospitable, but the lake itself is a life source, and the region provided agricultural opportunities through raised field technology. People cultivated crops on these elevated plots of earth separated by canals. The canals reduced the threat of frost and helped manage water supply, creating a system that could feed a large population. Many archaeologists see this as an early example of sustainable farming in an environment that would challenge even modern techniques. Despite this innovation, there is limited clarity on the exact social structure of the Tiwanaku people. Scholars have identified a potential hierarchy, but there are many missing pieces in the record, and the culture did not leave behind written documents. Most of what is known comes from architecture, pottery, iconography, and the arrangement of structures at the site. The Akapana pyramid is one of the most recognizable features at Tiwanaku. Although it is heavily eroded, the pyramid appears to have been a stepped platform with an interior drainage system. Some have argued it served religious or ceremonial functions. Others suggest it might have had an astronomical orientation that would align with certain celestial events. Investigations of the pyramid's layers have uncovered evidence of sophisticated stonework and large-scale planning. The sense of organization and knowledge of engineering needed to create this pyramid indicates that Tiwanaku was not merely a gathering place, but a carefully arranged urban landscape that expressed both spiritual beliefs and practical sensibilities. Drainage systems, water channels, and stone courtyards fit together in ways that indicate deliberate design. The Kalasasaya is another important structure at Tiwanaku. It is a rectangular courtyard that may have been used for religious or ceremonial activities. Within this courtyard, large standing stones form gateways and portals. The most famous of these portals is the Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of stone and adorned with intricate images. Its centerpiece is a figure sometimes associated with the staff god, a deity that appears in many Andean cultures. The gateway's relief carvings depict a being who holds two staffs and is surrounded by smaller figures that might represent attendants or divine messengers. The exact meaning is still debated, but the artistry reveals attention to detail and symbolism that presumably had spiritual importance to the Tiwanaku people. Moving just a short distance from Tiwanaku, one encounters Pumapunku. It is sometimes considered part of the overall Tiwanaku complex, though it may have had a distinct function or time of construction. Pumapunku features stone terraces and plazas, but it is especially famous for its megalithic blocks scattered across the site. Many blocks are andesite or sandstone, weighing tens of tons. Some are H-shaped, and others have grooves or channels that make them fit together like massive puzzle pieces. One of the most astonishing aspects is how neatly these blocks align with each other when placed in the intended arrangement. Individuals with expertise in stonework often remark on the precise angles and smooth surfaces that would be challenging to replicate by hand, even with modern equipment. Yet, the Tiwanaku artisans appear to have achieved this result without the use of steel chisels or sophisticated machinery. The question of how the stones were transported from quarries miles away remains a point of fascination. The official explanation involves ropes, manpower, sleds, and perhaps reed boats to move the blocks across Lake Titicaca. These practical methods could have been possible with a large, organized workforce. However, some observers argue that the precise carving implies a higher level of technological knowledge. Others caution that remarkable ancient craftsmanship does not necessarily mean lost technology, only that these societies dedicated time and collective effort to tasks modern people rarely attempt. Both viewpoints often intersect when discussing Puma Punku. The site attracts alternative theories that point to extraterrestrial assistance or advanced civilizations preceding known history. Mainstream archaeology typically rejects those interpretations, favoring the idea that culture, organization, engineering insight, and skilled craftsmanship can account for the achievements of Tiwanaku society. Climate and environment at this elevation present additional challenges. The region is around 12,500 feet above sea level, where oxygen levels are lower and nighttime temperatures can plummet. The question arises as to why such an ambitious construction project would take place in these harsh conditions. Some suggest that Lake Titicaca's spiritual importance made this location central to religious practice. Others think that the region was more temperate in the distant past, or that the cultural significance of the area overrode any logistical difficulties. The exact dates of Tiwanaku and Puma Punku's construction also remain open to debate. Researchers generally place the peak of the Tiwanaku culture from around 500 to 900 CE, but some push the timeline further back or forward depending on which dating technique is used. One of the complexities is that the Spanish colonial period saw extensive looting and damage to Tiwanaku. Stones were removed for local construction, and many structures were left in ruins. Puma Punku suffered similar damage, resulting in scattered blocks that are not in their original arrangement. This complicates attempts to reconstruct how the site once looked. Archaeologists sometimes compare it to trying to solve a puzzle with many missing pieces. Digital modeling and new excavation techniques are helping to piece together the site's original layout. Although progress continues, the full story of Tiwanaku and Puma Punku remains incomplete, leaving space for speculation on how it all once fit together. Religious symbolism is intertwined throughout the architecture. Imagery of the staff god, mythological creatures, and geometric motifs speak to a worldview that valued cosmic alignment. Tiwanaku imagery sometimes shows creatures merging or transforming, suggesting a spiritual or shamanic tradition. Some believe that the city's layout might align with the cardinal directions or certain astronomical events, tying daily life to celestial cycles. Puma Punku's stone blocks might have been part of a ceremonial platform or temple that could accommodate large gatherings. The theories about rituals, festivals, and pilgrimages often refer back to other known Andean traditions, although direct comparisons can be risky due to the time gap between Tiwanaku and later empires like the Inca. Craftsmanship extends beyond architecture. Tiwanaku artisans created ceramics, textiles, and metal objects that exemplify a refined artistic sense. Ceramic vessels adorned with human, animal, and hybrid figures sometimes demonstrate a standardized style and mass production technique. This indicates that Tiwanaku was not simply a loose community of villagers. It was a complex society capable of coordinating labor, distributing goods, and maintaining a cultural identity across a wide territory. The civilization likely influenced other regions of the Andes, setting a precedent for states that came after it. Puma Punku's name translates to something akin to Door of the Puma, but it is not clear how the name originally functioned in the Tiwanaku language. Quechua or Aymara speakers in the region may have passed down these names through oral traditions long after the site was abandoned. The use of puma imagery is common in many Andean cultures, symbolizing strength, agility, and a connection between the natural and spiritual worlds. Visitors to the site might notice scattered depictions of felines or the mention of pumas in local legends. For some, this resonates with the notion that the people who built Puma Punku were deeply connected to the local fauna, integrating it into their cosmology. The scale of the stonework sometimes overshadows the subtle artistry that can be found in carvings and engravings. Some blocks at Puma Punku have small, almost unnoticeable details that could have guided the assembly of the structure. Grooves might have allowed the placement of metal clamps or tenons, which held stones together. Similar clamp marks have been discovered in other Andean sites, suggesting a broader tradition of high-precision construction. The use of metal connectors is intriguing because it points to metallurgical knowledge. Although bronze and other alloys were used in the Andes, the exact formula and the extent of metalworking skill remains an ongoing study. Tiwanaku's decline is another subject of debate. Some tie it to climatic shifts that led to drought or flooding, disrupting agriculture. Others suggest social upheaval or conflict with neighboring groups. As the Tiwanaku civilization waned, the site lost its prominence and was eventually abandoned. Later societies, including the Inca, may have regarded Tiwanaku and Puma Punku as ancestral or sacred places. The Spanish chroniclers wrote about them in the 16th century, often describing them in awe-struck terms, but did not offer a comprehensive historical record. Present-day Aymara communities in the region still hold rituals around these ruins, blending ancient traditions with modern practices. Excavations at Tiwanaku and Puma Punku provide artifacts that broaden understanding of life in this highland empire. Pottery shards, tools, and remains of foodstuffs paint a picture of a society that relied on agriculture, fishing from Lake Titicaca, and perhaps trade routes. Items like tropical bird feathers or marine shells from far-off coasts suggest that Tiwanaku participated in long-distance exchange networks. This interconnectedness challenges the notion of an isolated culture perched in the mountains. The architectural style, too, may have spread across the region through trade, pilgrimage, or conquest, influencing other communities. Contemporary researchers employ technologies such as ground-penetrating radar, 3D scanning, and drone surveys to map and analyze these sites more thoroughly. Digital reconstructions help visualize what Tiwanaku and Puma Punku might have looked like in their heyday, showing large plazas, multi-story structures, and carefully designed drainage. The question remains whether the advanced stonework came from specialized guilds, communal labor, or a combination of both. There is an ongoing effort to understand how daily life meshed with the construction of monuments that seem to have required immense resources. Tiwanaku's artistic style often features elongated heads and large, almond-shaped eyes in statues. This aesthetic has led some to speculate about influences from outside the region, though mainstream archaeology generally maintains that such styles arose independently or through regional Andean interactions. The intense speculation about alien connections arises partly because of the precise masonry at Puma Punku and the striking imagery at Tiwanaku. However, it is important to remember that the ancient world is full of architectural feats once deemed impossible until evidence showed that humans are capable of remarkable ingenuity, especially when guided by religious motivations or state-level organization. Conservation efforts face many challenges. Harsh weather, tourism, and incomplete restorations from earlier periods have taken their toll on the ruins. Efforts by Bolivian authorities and international organizations aim to preserve Tiwanaku's and Puma Punku's integrity for future generations to study. Local input is also crucial, as the descendants of indigenous communities may have perspectives on the cultural heritage that differ from purely academic viewpoints. The interplay between scientific research and indigenous knowledge continues to shape how these sites are presented to the world. Tiwanaku and Puma Punku occupy a unique place in the global imagination of ancient mysteries. They are not as widely known as other sites, but they stand out for their high-altitude location, their distinct architectural style, and the craftsmanship visible in the stonework. Visitors often remark on the sense of stepping into a realm where stone blocks seem too precise for the technology of the era. Scholars point to consistent evidence of advanced stone-shaping techniques that align with Andean cultural developments. Although there is no consensus on every aspect of how they were built, these sites reveal a society that mastered its environment and left behind clues to a civilization both familiar and alien to modern observers. Some believe that Tiwanaku and Pumapunku challenge assumptions about the timeline of advanced building techniques in the Americas. Others see them as part of a broader narrative of human capacity to innovate in response to environmental and religious imperatives. Their legacy remains vivid in local traditions, academic studies, and the imagination of travelers. While no one has definitive answers to every question, there is widespread agreement that more excavation and study might yield further insights into how the people of Tiwanaku flourished for so long and built monuments that continue to captivate. These ruins, standing at the edge of Lake Titicaca, serve as a testament to the creativity and resolve of ancient Andean societies. The Nazca lines are enormous geoglyphs etched into the desert plains in southern Peru. They have intrigued observers for decades because of their sheer scale and the mystery surrounding their exact purpose. The region is dominated by an extremely arid climate, and the lines have remained intact for centuries due to minimal erosion and rainfall. Tourists flying overhead often marvel at the outlines of animals, plants, and geometric shapes that stretch across miles of flat terrain. From the ground, it can be difficult to grasp what is going on because the lines appear as shallow furrows in the soil. Only from a higher vantage point does it become apparent that these furrows form distinct designs. Many theories suggest they may have had religious or astronomical significance, though a conclusive explanation remains elusive. The lines are found in the Nazca Desert, not far from the town that shares the same name. This desert plateau receives minuscule rainfall, and the top layer of pebbles, darkened by oxidation, contrasts sharply with the lighter sublayer beneath. When the top layer is removed, a bright-colored line appears. The geoglyphs encompass a variety of forms. Some depict recognizable animals such as monkeys, hummingbirds, spiders, and even what seems to be a giant figure interpreted as an astronaut-like shape. Others are geometric lines and shapes that crisscross large sections of the desert. These lines can be incredibly straight, continuing for miles without noticeable deviation. How ancient people achieved this straightness over such distances is a matter of study. Some researchers believe they use simple surveying tools like stakes and ropes, moving systematically to maintain direction. The culture responsible for these lines is generally called the Nazca civilization, which thrived between approximately 100 BCE and 800 CE. The Nazca are known for their pottery, textiles, and complex religious practices. They also constructed underground aqueducts to manage scarce water resources. The lines likely had a strong cultural or religious significance. Various interpretations have been proposed. One common theory holds that they served as pathways for religious ceremonies, possibly dedicated to deities associated with water and fertility. Another suggests they were giant astronomical markers that aligned with certain celestial events, helping to predict weather or agricultural cycles. Still, others argue they might have functioned as part of a large-scale pilgrimage or ritual process, where participants followed the lines on foot. The German mathematician and archaeologist Piri Reis dedicated her life to studying the Nazca lines, meticulously measuring and mapping them. She believed they formed a massive astronomical calendar that pointed to the movements of the sun and stars. While her ideas are respected, not all archaeologists agree that the lines were primarily an astronomical device. Some lines do not neatly match up with celestial bodies, and it is possible the lines had multiple purposes over the centuries. What is certain is that the Nazca put considerable effort into making them, and their survival suggests the climate played an enormous role in preserving these shallow trenches. Preservation presents its own challenges. In modern times, the Pan-American Highway inadvertently cut through parts of the desert, damaging some lines. Unregulated tourism, vehicle tracks, and other human activities have also left their mark. However, large-scale official efforts exist to protect the area, and UNESCO designated it a World Heritage Site. Peruvian authorities issue regulations about flying drones or aircraft and walking on the lines, given that footprints can cause lasting harm. The dryness of the desert, combined with high winds that sweep away dust, continues to keep the lines relatively intact despite thousands of years of exposure. The geoglyphs differ in complexity. Some are simple lines or trapezoids, while others depict elaborate shapes. The hummingbird design is famous for its delicate curves and fine details that outline wings, beak, and tail. The spider geoglyph, measuring around 150 feet, is drawn with a single continuous line, suggesting it might have been traced in one cohesive motion. These animal designs appear stylized, showing that the creators had a clear artistic language. The reasons for choosing certain animals could be linked to local mythology or significance in the Nazca belief system. Spiders might have symbolized rain or water because certain spider species appear before rainfall. Birds like the hummingbird might have been connected to fertility or associated with mountainous regions where water sources originate. The lines function as pilgrimage routes find some support in the idea that footpaths lead in and out of the geoglyphs, possibly indicating that people traveled along them during ceremonies. The desert would become a sacred landscape, with participants walking from one shape to another. Offerings or rituals could have been performed at specific points. Fragments of pottery and wooden stakes have been discovered around the lines, hinting at possible ceremonial use. Some archaeologists propose that different shapes may represent clan or group symbols, indicating various factions who contributed to the construction and upkeep of the lines for social or religious cohesion. Another perspective links the lines to water worship. The Nazca region is one of the driest on Earth, so the lines might have been part of rituals intended to appease gods responsible for rain. The presence of underground aqueducts known as pukios, still in use today, demonstrates the Nazca's sophisticated approach to water management. Their survival depended on controlling and distributing water, so it makes sense that their spiritual practices would revolve around ensuring a stable water supply. However, there is no definitive text or codex to confirm these theories. Everything about the lines is inferred from archaeological and environmental evidence, combined with comparisons to other Andean cultures. Some theories veer into the realm of speculation, suggesting that the lines were created to be seen by extraterrestrial visitors or that the giant figures were landing markers for alien craft. These ideas gained popularity in certain circles and were widely promoted in books and documentaries interested in unexplained mysteries. Mainstream scholars argue that local, culturally grounded explanations are far more plausible. The lines are consistent with the Nazca's material culture, and there is no direct evidence that the shapes were meant for beings from beyond Earth. Yet the mesmerizing quality of seeing these designs from the sky continues to fuel imaginative interpretations. A lot can be learned by analyzing the layering of the lines, the time intervals in which different shapes may have been created, and comparing them to pottery styles. Some geoglyphs might predate others, reflecting cultural changes over centuries. Lines could have been redrawn or maintained, indicating ongoing significance. The scale of the desert surface allowed the Nazca to create designs that might be best appreciated from an elevated vantage point, but that does not necessarily mean they had the ability to fly. There are hills and ridges in the area from which certain figures could be partially observed, and perhaps they had rudimentary viewing towers or high places that offered a decent overview. Environmental factors contribute to the line's longevity. The region's annual rainfall is extremely low, and the top layer of the desert surface forms a protective coating when left undisturbed. Even moderate walking on the lines can disrupt this layer, making them more prone to erosion. This fragility explains why conservation efforts must be thorough and ongoing. In some cases, accidental damage has led to public outcry and tighter regulations around the site. Modern interest in the Nazca lines often centers on aerial tours. Small planes fly over the desert so passengers can take in the shapes, and pictures show just how extensive and diverse they are. Photographs and videos shot from drones or planes highlight the geometry of the lines and the artistry of the figures. People find it astonishing that an ancient culture could produce such sweeping designs without the aid of modern surveying technology. The sense of wonder that accompanies seeing these lines from above is probably similar to the awe these shapes have evoked for decades, if not centuries. Travelers and researchers alike find themselves drawn to the silent expanses of the desert, wondering what drove the Nazca to carve their visions on such a monumental scale. Debates about the Nazca line's meaning may never be fully settled, which is part of what keeps the topic fresh. The lines can be viewed as an example of humans interacting with their environment in a symbolic way, turning a barren landscape into a kind of canvas. This canvas possibly communicated cultural identity, religious devotion, and social unity. Whether used for rituals, astronomy, or a combination of both, the lines reflect a deep commitment to a shared project that spanned generations. The fact that these geoglyphs remain as crisp outlines testifies to the durability of that commitment and the environment's accommodating dryness. The Nazca civilization eventually faded, with theories suggesting droughts, resource depletion, or conflict with neighboring groups. Their aqueducts still function, and their pottery remains cherished in museums. Yet their largest legacy is undoubtedly these mysterious shapes traced across the Peruvian desert. Even the animal designs that have become internationally famous represent only a fraction of the total lines and shapes out there. There are dozens of straight lines, zigzags, and trapezoids that stretch over large distances, intersecting and overlapping in intricate patterns. It raises the possibility that multiple generations contributed to this evolving landscape, each adding their own symbols or reinterpreting older lines for new purposes. Research continues with tools like satellite imagery that can reveal lines hidden to the naked eye. Technology might uncover additional designs, expanding the known repertoire of geoglyphs. However, the essence of the mystery remains the same: a set of massive, carefully made drawings whose exact significance has never been definitively explained. They evoke the human capacity for expression on a grand scale, shaped by the demands of climate and the urgencies of spiritual belief. If these lines were intended to speak to the gods, or if they served as a communal activity to unite various groups, they remain a silent testament to the Nazca people's resilience and imagination. Gobekli Tepe is located in southeastern Turkey and has been called the world's oldest known temple site, dating back roughly 11,000 to 12,000 years. Its discovery shook archaeological assumptions about the timeline of complex societies and monumental building. Previously, researchers believed that humans started building large, organized structures only after the advent of agriculture and settled life. Gobekli Tepe challenges that narrative by indicating that hunter-gatherers might have cooperated on a massive scale to construct circular enclosures of T-shaped pillars adorned with carvings of animals. These structures lie beneath a mound that sat undisturbed for thousands of years until excavations began in the mid-1990s under the direction of German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt. Since then, Gobekli Tepe has continued to offer surprises and provoke debate about how early societies organized themselves. At first glance, the site appears as a nondescript hill. When it was examined more closely, researchers uncovered circular enclosures up to 30 meters in diameter, each containing a ring of standing pillars. These T-shaped pillars can be up to 18 feet tall and weigh several tons. Many have reliefs depicting foxes, snakes, boars, cranes, and abstract symbols. The artistry is striking, showing a level of creativity and craftsmanship that one might not associate with communities that lacked farming. Evidence suggests these pillars were quarried and then brought to the site, requiring teamwork and planning. They were set into the bedrock and arranged in a way that indicates a purposeful design. The complexity of these structures has led some to call Gobekli Tepe humanity's first temple. One of the major questions is why these monumental constructions were built so early in human history. The mainstream explanation is that groups of hunter-gatherers came together seasonally, possibly driven by shared rituals or feasting events, and that these gatherings fueled cooperation. Food might have been abundant in the region due to wild grains and large game, enabling a denser population that could support large-scale building projects. Some suggest that the desire to gather for ritual and ceremony could have even driven the development of agriculture. In other words, people needed more reliable food sources to maintain a place where significant religious activities occurred, leading them to cultivate wild grains. Gobekli Tepe thus flips the older assumption that agriculture gave rise to complex societies. Instead, the impetus for monumental building might have spurred agricultural innovation. The relief carvings on the pillars provide clues about the spiritual beliefs of those who built Gobekli Tepe. Animals like vultures, snakes, scorpions, and wild boars appear often. These might represent protective spirits, totems, or mythological stories. Some pillars also feature abstract symbols that may have held meaning related to fertility, death, or cosmic forces. There are no written texts to clarify these images, so any interpretation remains speculative. However, the presence of so many carved animals strongly suggests a worldview heavily influenced by the natural world. The repeated motifs point to a shared culture or religious system that spanned a broad region, since Gobekli Tepe does not stand alone in its style or age. Other sites in the area, like Karahan Tepe, reveal similar features, though Gobekli Tepe remains the most thoroughly studied. The site was intentionally backfilled at some point in prehistory with layers of soil carefully placed to bury the pillars. This helped preserve them for millennia. Nobody knows exactly why it was covered up. Some think it might have been a ritual closing of the site, while others speculate that environmental or social changes made it necessary to abandon Gobekli Tepe in a structured way. The fact that it was buried so deliberately is part of the mystery, suggesting that the site's significance continued even after it was no longer used for gatherings or ceremonies. When excavations began, the original arrangement of pillars was still largely intact beneath the layers of fill. This led to remarkably well-preserved carvings, giving a rare glimpse into the artistry of people from the dawn of the Neolithic era. In terms of architecture, Gobekli Tepe's circular enclosures often feature two central pillars surrounded by several peripheral pillars. The central pillars are usually taller and may have stylized arms or hands, hinting at anthropomorphic figures. If so, it could mean the pillars represent deities, ancestors, or mythic beings. The idea of pillars representing human-like forms occurs in various cultures, but seeing it on such a grand scale at a time when humans were primarily nomadic is unexpected. This is one reason Gobekli Tepe is considered so revolutionary. It predates Stonehenge by thousands of years, yet displays a comparable level of complexity in its arrangement of monumental stones. Another puzzle is how these pillars were carved and transported without domesticated animals or metal tools. Basic stone picks or flint tools might have been used. It would have required careful planning and a significant labor force. One theory proposes that multiple groups made pilgrimages, bringing workforce numbers high enough to accomplish the task. Feasting remains, such as animal bones, suggest large-scale communal meals took place, which might have been part of religious or social ceremonies. The scale of these feasts indicates that large gatherings were indeed feasible. The abundance of wild game at the time could have supported such events, reinforcing the idea that the site was a major social and spiritual hub. Gobekli Tepe also invites speculation about astronomical alignments. Some have claimed the enclosures or pillars align with specific stars or constellations. Others caution that it is easy to find correlations if one looks for them, especially since the night sky has changed over 10,000 years. More cautious interpretations limit themselves to stating that the site may have had a general orientation towards significant celestial events, such as equinoxes or solstices, or that the builders designed the spaces to be used during specific times of the year. Whether or not there was a strict astronomical function, the communal effort to erect the pillars suggests a shared ideology that likely extended to observing the heavens. Controversies also arise around claims that Gobekli Tepe reflects knowledge lost to time, or that an advanced civilization must have guided its construction. Mainstream archaeology tends to credit human ingenuity, adaptation, and the capacity for large-scale coordination among hunter-gatherers who recognized the spiritual or social importance of building a permanent sacred place. The scale of the site and its early date can be explained within the context of the late Paleolithic and early Neolithic, especially in a region known as the Fertile Crescent, where wild grains and other resources supported stable communities. The idea is that humans were capable of organization and creative expression long before the formal establishment of cities or states. Excavations at Gobekli Tepe have only uncovered a fraction of the total site. There may be numerous layers and enclosures still buried, offering potential for more discoveries. Each new enclosure or pillar carving can reshape understanding of how the site functioned. Ongoing studies of organic materials, such as pollen and animal bones, help build a picture of the local environment and dietary habits of the people who gathered there. It might turn out that different enclosures served slightly different purposes or were built at different times, reflecting the site's evolution over centuries or even millennia. The broader implications of Gobekli Tepe touch on the transition from mobile hunter-gatherer groups to farming communities. Some researchers propose that building projects of this magnitude encourage people to stay in one place longer, eventually leading to deliberate cultivation of wild cereals to supply laborers. Over time, this could have accelerated the Neolithic revolution, where farming became the main food source. In this view, the impetus for agriculture was not merely the pursuit of steady food supplies, but the desire to maintain a place of communal or religious significance. This theory inverts the classic assumption that monumental building only happens after a society is well established with surplus resources. Gobekli Tepe continues to fascinate a global audience. It often appears in documentaries and articles about unexplained ancient sites. While it is certainly extraordinary, many of its features fit within the broader patterns of emerging complex societies, albeit at an unexpectedly early date. The presence of animal carvings and communal gathering areas are not out of line with other prehistoric ceremonial sites. The main surprise is how advanced the construction methods are for a period when metal tools were unknown and agriculture was just beginning. This surprise invites admiration for the creativity and determination of these ancient groups who left behind an architectural marvel that redefines what is possible at that moment in human history. The site's location in a region that would become the cradle of agriculture ties it into the broader narrative of how humans transformed their lifestyles. Gobekli Tepe stands as a testament to the fact that even people living a mostly nomadic existence could work together on ambitious spiritual endeavors. It shows that cultural and religious forces may have been as strong a driver for human innovation as practical concerns about food and shelter. The artistry of the pillar carvings, the deliberate planning of the circular enclosures, and the mystery surrounding its eventual burial contribute to Gobekli Tepe's allure as a place that still holds many secrets. Scholars and enthusiasts continue to track the latest findings, hoping each discovery clarifies another piece of the puzzle. Bones of wild animals, flint tools, and the outlines of what might have been hearths are examined to piece together daily routines and special events at Gobekli Tepe. Discussion frequently returns to the scale and organization involved in creating this site. Many remain convinced there is still much to uncover. Even in partial excavation, Gobekli Tepe has already altered the fundamental story of how civilization developed. It reminds observers that human potential for cooperation and artistry existed long before the rise of modern urban life. Gobekli Tepe underscores how cultural creativity can flourish when people come together for a shared purpose, even if that purpose is rooted in beliefs and rituals that are no longer accessible. It blurs the lines between the Paleolithic and Neolithic worlds, suggesting that symbolic thinking, collective spirituality, and social complexity might have been catalysts for large-scale building projects far earlier than once imagined. In that sense, it remains both an archaeological site and a philosophical touchstone, reminding people that history is full of surprises and that the assumptions about the so-called primitive past may not always hold up when confronted with monumental evidence left behind in stone. Baalbek is a historic town in Lebanon that has drawn the attention of archaeologists, historians, and travelers for generations. It contains the ruins of ancient temples, towering columns, and some of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. One of these blocks is famously called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. This name came from local folklore, and over time, the block's sheer size and mysterious origin have created numerous debates about how ancient builders managed to quarry, transport, and position such a massive piece of stone. Historians have tried to figure out whether the block was part of a grand construction plan that never got completed, or whether it was left behind because it was simply too large to move. Even with modern technology, handling a stone of such weight would be difficult. Examining this megalith provides a glimpse into the ambitions and technical achievements of the people who once lived in the region. The stone rests in a quarry near the main temple complex in Baalbek. It is believed to weigh over 1,000 tons. Some estimates place it near 1,200 tons, though exact measurements have varied. The block is roughly rectangular, with smooth sides that suggest attempts at precise cutting. Stones like this were meant for monumental projects, such as the Temple of Jupiter, which stands a short distance away. That temple itself contains 3 massive blocks, known collectively as the Trilithon, each weighing hundreds of tons. The Stone of the Pregnant Woman seems to be even heavier than those, and there is no definitive explanation about how it might have been moved from its current spot to the temple site. This puzzle has intrigued visitors for centuries, leading to theories that range from advanced ancient technologies to assistance from supernatural forces. Archaeologists who have studied Baalbek point out that the Roman Empire had a presence there around the 1st century BCE. The Romans were known for ambitious engineering feats, which included roads, aqueducts, and large-scale construction projects. They often employed complex systems of pulleys, ropes, and human or animal labor to shift blocks of stone. However, the scale of the Stone of the Pregnant Woman goes beyond the usual limits of Roman construction methods, at least as understood today. Traditional explanations suggest that an entire army of workers, combined with sophisticated engineering knowledge, could have accomplished tasks that appear impossible to modern eyes. On the other hand, some researchers think the stone may have been intended for use, but was abandoned when builders realized the logistical problems of transporting something so large. Local legends have it that a pregnant woman, desperate for money, promised she could move the stone if she received enough payment. As the story goes, she cleverly devised a way to shift it using basic tools, thereby giving the monolith its modern name. This folktale, while charming, does not align with the massive effort required to move such a block. It does highlight, though, that people have been in awe of the stone for a very long time. The name remains a reminder of local oral traditions that attempt to make sense of what archaeologists still cannot fully explain. Even today, visitors stand next to the stone and try to imagine how it might have been hauled out of the quarry and lifted into place. The Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek features a platform that has long been a point of fascination. It includes the aforementioned Trilithon, which consists of 3 huge stone blocks placed high in the wall of the temple. Each block is estimated to weigh over 700 tons, and they fit together with remarkable precision. Scholars debate whether the Romans added to an earlier structure or if these stones were placed there entirely by Roman hands. Some maintain that the Roman Empire simply inherited an unfinished project from an earlier civilization and then built upon the existing framework. Others believe the entire project was Roman but involved specialized quarrying and construction techniques that have not survived in detail through written records. Baalbek itself has a much older history than the Roman period. Evidence suggests there was a settlement there in the Bronze Age, and the site may have had religious importance long before the Romans arrived. This raises questions about whether earlier civilizations began working with these gigantic stones and the Romans merely finished the project. Alternatively, some argue that the Romans oversaw the entire quarrying process, but their construction narrative was lost over time. Historians and archaeologists struggle to piece together the timeline of who built what, especially given how many layers of occupation occurred in the region. Earthquakes, wars, and natural erosion all have contributed to the degradation of ancient records and structures. Measuring and analyzing the stone of the pregnant woman has revealed clues about the techniques that might have been used. Marks on the side suggest a combination of chiseling and wedges to separate the block from the bedrock. Workers likely used metal tools to cut grooves, then inserted wooden wedges that would be soaked with water. As the wood expanded, it would cause the rock to crack along a deliberate line. This method is known from other sites in the ancient world, indicating that advanced engineering solutions were common in major construction zones. Even so, the challenge remains. The block is so large that it boggles the mind to imagine hundreds of laborers coordinating its movement, especially over uneven terrain. Further complicating matters, there are actually more megalithic stones in the same quarry. Another large block nearby, sometimes referred to as the Stone of the South, is also enormous, and a more recently discovered block beneath it may be even larger. These findings suggest that the stone of the pregnant woman was not a one-off experiment. The quarry appears to have been producing multiple monoliths, possibly destined for the same or related projects. The existence of several huge stones raises even more questions about how often ancient builders attempted such undertakings and whether some of these blocks were ultimately judged unusable because of flaws, cracks, or excessive weight. The region around Baalbek has long been associated with myths involving giants or powerful deities. Some legends claim that supernatural beings shaped the stones or placed them in position. While these stories lack scientific support, they speak to the universal human impulse to explain seemingly impossible feats of engineering with the help of gods or legendary heroes. The scale of the architecture can indeed feel superhuman. The fact that people continue to spin theories about otherworldly assistance indicates how impressive these constructions remain after thousands of years. Modern scholars and engineers have attempted to recreate or at least imagine the process of moving such blocks. Some propose the use of massive wooden rollers or sledges pulled by large teams of oxen. Others suggest cranes powered by human or animal effort, though the sheer weight of the stone of the pregnant woman raises doubts about whether typical Roman-era cranes could handle it. There is also the possibility that the block was never meant to be used in one piece and was destined to be cut into smaller sections after initial quarrying. However, there is no clear evidence of partial cutting on its surface, so it remains possible that the block was truly intended to be transported in its entirety. While the name might sound whimsical, the stone of the pregnant woman continues to represent an unresolved question in ancient construction. How did builders plan to relocate and install something so large? The Roman Empire, at the height of its power, had vast resources and manpower. It is not impossible that they could have engineered clever methods to achieve the transportation, especially if they had enough time and laborers. The real question is why they felt the need to quarry blocks of such monumental scale when smaller stones, requiring less effort, could have been used. Perhaps the goal was to create a structure that would symbolize power, divine favor, or the empire's dominance. Ancient architecture often served political, religious, and social functions. so the largest stones could have been part of an ideological statement. Some experts have pointed out that large-scale building projects in ancient times often involved slave or convict labor, meaning that the cost in human effort would not necessarily have been a limiting factor. Political leaders and temple authorities could have commanded vast numbers of workers to accomplish ambitious tasks that, from a modern perspective, seem impractical. Workers might have employed a combination of brute force and systematic engineering to move the stone step by step, inch by inch, over many weeks or even months. The lack of detailed written accounts leaves much of this to speculation, but it fits with what is known about how other massive ancient monuments were built. Scientific studies have explored the composition of the stone, confirming it is a type of limestone local to the region. The stone's surface and internal structure would have influenced any decisions about how and when to move it. If the block was found to have micro-cracks, or if the stone type was less stable than originally believed, engineers might have decided to abandon it to avoid a catastrophic breakage during transport. Such a break would have wasted months of labor. That possibility offers one explanation for why the stone still sits partially attached to the quarry. Another explanation is that construction halted for reasons unrelated to engineering, such as political upheaval or the diversion of resources to more urgent projects. Baalbek is not alone in having stones of colossal size. Places like Egypt's Giza Plateau, Peru's Saksai Huaman, and Bolivia's Tiwanaku also feature massive stones that continue to spark debate about how ancient people managed them. Each site seems to reflect a particular style of stone cutting and positioning, suggesting that knowledge of how to handle large stones was widespread in certain periods and regions. Studying these various techniques could shed light on what happened at Baalbek. For instance, some theorists argue that advanced geometry, combined with knowledge of friction and leverage, made it possible to shift blocks weighing hundreds of tons without modern machinery. In the modern era, the Baalbek site, including the stone of the pregnant woman, has become a point of tourist interest, historical inquiry, and cultural pride for many in Lebanon. The stone itself is often roped off or otherwise protected, but visitors can still see it up close. Its presence in the quarry offers an opportunity to appreciate the scale of ancient ambitions. People can walk alongside it, noting that the stone's length can surpass that of many city buses. Guides in the area often recount legends, share archaeological theories, and highlight the historical importance of Baalbek's temples. One ongoing debate is about the actual age of the stone of the pregnant woman and whether it might predate the Roman era. Some alternative researchers suggest that an earlier civilization, possibly going back to the Phoenicians or even earlier groups, started working on these giant blocks. The Roman Empire might have seen the potential in the pre-existing site and continued developing it. Without conclusive evidence, this theory remains speculative. Traditional archaeology still places the major construction in Baalbek within the Roman period, specifically under the rule of emperors who sought to impress both local populations and the broader empire with magnificent temples. Despite the different theories, one fact remains consistent. This stone demonstrates that ancient engineers were more capable than many people assume. They had the knowledge and determination to undertake projects that defy modern expectations. Even if the stone was never moved, the act of quarrying it so precisely suggests expertise in stone cutting and project planning. It also suggests a certain level of societal organization where enough resources could be allocated to such a major endeavor, whether for religious or political reasons. The stone of the pregnant woman remains an enduring symbol of human ingenuity and mystery. Even though many of the world's ancient wonders have been studied extensively, there are always new avenues of research that could shed further light on their methods of construction. Ground-penetrating radar, advanced imaging techniques, and chemical analyses might one day reveal more about how these blocks were quarried and what tools were used. For now, the stone sits quietly in its quarry, a silent testament to an ambitious plan that was either abandoned or never fully realized. Visitors who travel to Baalbek leave with a sense of awe, having witnessed firsthand how ancient civilizations pushed the boundaries of what was possible. The stone's massive presence challenges modern assumptions, reminding everyone that there is still much to learn from those who walked the earth long before contemporary times. The Indus Valley civilization, also known as the Harappan civilization, flourished in parts of what is now Pakistan and northwest India around 3,300 to 1,300 BCE. It is considered one of the world's earliest urban cultures, alongside those of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. The people of the Indus Valley built well-planned cities with straight roads, advanced drainage systems, and a standardized system of weights and measures. Despite these remarkable achievements, their script remains undeciphered to this day. Archaeologists have uncovered thousands of inscribed seals, tablets, and other objects bearing the Indus script, but the meaning of those symbols remains elusive. This unknown writing system continues to intrigue researchers, fueling debates and speculation about the language it represented and the content of the texts. The script appears on small seal stones, which often depict animals such as unicorn-like creatures, bulls, elephants, or other symbols. Scholars have tried to identify patterns in these inscriptions, hoping to match them to known languages or scripts. Despite decades of research, no one has succeeded in translating them with universal acceptance. One challenge is that the inscriptions are usually very short, containing only a few symbols, which makes it hard to detect comprehensive linguistic patterns. Another challenge is the lack of a bilingual text, similar to the Rosetta Stone, which helped decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs. Without a comparative reference, the Indus script stands as a stubborn mystery in the annals of ancient writing systems. Some scholars believe the Indus script represents a Dravidian language related to modern South Indian languages. Others argue that it could be a form of early Indo-European. There are also researchers who doubt it was a fully developed writing system at all. They suggest it might have been a set of religious or clan symbols used for identification rather than for recording language. Each proposal has its own set of supporting arguments. The Dravidian theory is based partly on the geographic proximity to modern Dravidian languages and some pattern analyses that show possible common word roots. The argument for an Indo-European connection sometimes cites potential links to the later Vedic culture. The symbol-based interpretation hinges on the limited length of the texts, suggesting they might not record full linguistic sentences. The cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro are iconic sites for this civilization. Excavations in these areas have revealed regular city blocks, well-organized streets, and advanced sanitation systems. The level of urban planning suggests a highly organized society capable of maintaining consistent standards across a large geographic region. The presence of the Indus script on a wide range of artifacts indicates some kind of administrative or ceremonial use. Seals, for instance, might have been used to stamp goods, signify property ownership, or mark official documents. The discovery of standardized weights and measures in Indus cities suggests the existence of complex trade networks. The script could have played a role in regulating commerce, though this remains speculative without a translation. Efforts to decipher the script have taken multiple approaches. Some researchers have used computational methods to analyze patterns in the symbols. They look for common sequences, frequency of symbols, and possible signs that could represent grammatical structures. Others rely on comparisons to known ancient scripts, seeking visual or structural similarities. For instance, attempts have been made to link Indus symbols to Proto-Elamite or Mesopotamian cuneiform, but no decisive parallels have emerged. The debate has, at times, become contentious, with different camps strongly advocating their theories while criticizing others. The Indus Valley civilization's mysterious collapse adds to the intrigue. Around 1900 BCE, the major urban centers began to decline for reasons that remain partly unclear. Climate change, shifting river patterns, and possibly other social factors might have contributed. As these cities dwindled, the script also appears to have faded from use, leaving no continuous tradition or descendant script that scholars can consult. This historical gap compounds the difficulty in decipherment. If the Indus script had remained in use for centuries afterward, there might have been a larger body of inscriptions or even references to it in other contemporary records. One puzzling aspect is that the Indus Valley civilization, though extensive and sophisticated, does not seem to have left behind grand palaces or temples typical of other ancient societies. Archaeologists have found few direct indications of monarchies or large-scale centralized authority. This absence of obvious royal or state-sponsored monuments might explain the limited textual record. In many ancient cultures, long inscriptions were found in tombs or on palace walls, detailing the achievements of kings or the blessings of gods. If the Indus society operated with a less overtly hierarchical structure, they may not have created the kinds of monumental inscriptions that provide valuable clues in other civilizations. Artifact distribution points to a vast trade network that included regions as far away as Mesopotamia. Indus seals have been discovered at Mesopotamian sites, suggesting that the script traveled along trade routes. However, this cross-cultural contact has not led to conclusive insights. Mesopotamian scribes never recorded how to read Indus text, and the references to Meluha, possibly the ancient name for the Indus region, in Mesopotamian documents do not include any mention of the local writing system. That silence leaves researchers without the external references they might hope to find. Some scholars argue that decipherment may be impossible without a key discovery. This could be an artifact containing both the Indus script and a known language in a parallel or bilingual format. Alternatively, a large cache of inscriptions, longer than the average seal, could shed light on grammatical structures and vocabulary. So far, no such breakthrough has occurred. Nevertheless, the field is not static. Advancements in machine learning and the digitization of archaeological data offer new possibilities. Researchers can now analyze thousands of inscriptions at once, searching for hidden patterns that might have been overlooked in manual studies. While these efforts have generated interesting leads, they have not produced a definitive translation. Another intriguing angle is the uniformity of the Indus script. Seals from different cities, separated by hundreds of miles, often show consistent symbols, suggesting a standardization across the civilization. This level of uniformity implies some central authority or shared cultural practice in controlling how symbols were used. The reasons for maintaining this standard remain unclear. It could have been driven by commerce, religion, or governance. Without a translation, the actual content of these seals remains locked away, leaving one to imagine whether they recorded transactions, prayers, or genealogies. The script itself uses a combination of signs that sometimes look like simplified pictures of objects or animals, while others are more abstract. Some signs repeat in patterns that might indicate suffixes or prefixes. Various attempts to segment the inscriptions into word boundaries or units of meaning have produced different outcomes. In many scripts, repeated patterns can be a clue to common words or grammatical endings, but the lack of lengthy texts in Indus script stifles such analysis. Researchers note that certain signs frequently appear at the beginning or end of inscriptions, suggesting they might serve as linguistic markers, but these remain theories without strong corroborating evidence. The question of language identity is also significant. If the script encodes a Dravidian language, certain phonetic correspondences might align with known Dravidian words, at least in theory. Some scholars claim to have found matches, but critics argue that such parallels might be coincidental. A similar issue arises with attempts to match the script to early Indo-European forms. The debate is so complex that each new claim often meets with immediate scrutiny. Scholars demand rigorous evidence and repeatable methods for connecting the script to a particular linguistic family. In the absence of consensus, the Indus script sits in a limbo that many other ancient scripts have managed to escape. Beyond linguistics, the script holds cultural and historical significance. If it were deciphered, it might reveal details about social organization, religious beliefs, administrative practices, or trade regulations within the Indus civilization. The script could also clarify the connection between urban centers, rural communities, and outposts in distant regions. It might even shed light on daily life if the inscriptions turned out to include personal or commercial records. However, it is also possible that the writing recorded mostly symbolic or ritual formulas, in which case it might offer a narrower glimpse of Indus beliefs. The potential scope is vast, and that adds to the sense of anticipation whenever a new study is published. Since many Indus sites lie in regions that have not always been stable for archaeological work, political and logistical challenges sometimes delay excavations. Over time, expansions in technology and methodology could open new doors. Remote sensing might locate buried sites that hold longer inscriptions. Conservation efforts can preserve existing artifacts so future experts can continue to analyze them. There is hope that one day a key artifact will emerge from the ground or a storeroom, providing the missing link. Until then, the Indus script remains a classic puzzle in the field of ancient studies. Some researchers liken the search for a solution to a detective story, where the script is a code and each new artifact is a clue. While that perspective might be romanticized, it highlights the sense of challenge and excitement surrounding the script's potential decipherment. Every few years, a proposed solution makes headlines, only to fade when peer reviews raise doubts. This cyclical pattern has repeated for decades, reminding everyone that caution is necessary when dealing with incomplete data. The Indus script does not easily yield its secrets, and it might continue to resist final decipherment for decades or even centuries to come. Regardless of whether it is ever fully understood, the Indus script stands as a testament to the creativity and complexity of the Indus Valley civilization. These people built thriving cities, engaged in long-distance trade, and developed a unique cultural identity, all of which shaped the ancient world in ways still being understood. The script's undeciphered status does not diminish the achievements of the civilization. Rather, it underscores that there are still parts of human history that remain hidden or only partially revealed. Each discovery in the Indus realm reminds the world that the past is neither simple nor entirely mapped out. In a field where many ancient scripts have been cracked, the Indus script offers a challenge that stimulates ongoing research, fosters debate, and excites anyone fascinated by the idea of unlocking a lost language. In the early 20th century, archaeologists working near Baghdad uncovered a small collection of ceramic pots that have come to be known as the Baghdad batteries. These objects consist of clay jars, each containing a copper cylinder, and in some instances an iron rod inside that cylinder. The configuration is reminiscent of a simple galvanic cell, which in modern terms is recognized as a basic battery. When these items were first described, some scientists hypothesized that they might have functioned as ancient power sources. This claim triggered widespread fascination, leading to books, documentaries, and debates about the possibility of electrical technology in Mesopotamia more than 2,000 years ago. While there is no universal agreement on the function of these artifacts, they remain intriguing for what they suggest about the ingenuity of ancient cultures. The jars are typically dated to around the Parthian or Sasanian periods, roughly between 250 BCE and 650 CE, although some arguments place them earlier. Each jar is about the size of a fist or slightly larger, made of clay that could be sealed at the top. The copper cylinder within is often formed by rolling a sheet of copper into a tube, and the iron rod sits in the center. Insulating materials such as bitumen or asphalt might have been used to keep the metals from touching and to seal the jar from fluid leakage. In modern battery design, having two different metals in an electrolyte solution can create an electric current. Experiments with replicas of the Baghdad batteries using an acidic solution such as vinegar or lemon juice have demonstrated that they can produce a small voltage, usually less than 2 volts. Proponents of the battery theory suggest that ancient people might have used these devices for electroplating, a process that deposits a thin layer of metal onto another object. If someone needed to plate jewelry or religious icons with gold or silver, a weak electrical current could enhance the process. Supporters of this idea point to some artifacts in Mesopotamia that appear to have layers of metal that may have been applied using some unknown technique. However, skeptics argue that there is no conclusive evidence of an industry reliant on electroplating at the time, nor any definitive textual references to battery use. While it is theoretically possible, the historical record does not confirm that these jars were part of a large-scale technological system. Another theory holds that the jars might have been used for medicinal or religious purposes rather than for generating electricity in the modern sense. Ancient civilizations were known to experiment with natural phenomena and might have observed mild shocks or chemical changes when certain materials were combined. Ritualistic or therapeutic practices could have involved static electricity or mild electric currents. Alternatively, some say the jars might be storage vessels or ritual containers, and the metal components could have served a symbolic function. The presence of iron and copper might point to significance in local beliefs, especially if people associated metals with gods, planets, or elemental forces. Critics of the battery hypothesis emphasize the absence of any wiring, conductors, or devices that would indicate a practical application of electricity. For a battery to be useful, it must be part of a circuit that performs work, such as lighting a bulb or electroplating an object. None of the excavation reports describe components that clearly fit this role. Moreover, the jars themselves were found in scattered conditions, and their exact archaeological context was not meticulously documented in a way that would confirm they were used together or for a single purpose. The idea that they were stored in a single workshop or used in a coordinated manner is speculative. Still, the possibility that some ancient societies could have discovered basic electrochemical principles cannot be dismissed outright. People in many cultures have experimented with natural phenomena throughout history, often stumbling upon effects that they harnessed in limited ways. Fire, glassmaking, and metallurgy are prime examples of ancient discoveries that revolutionized societies. Electricity could have been explored in a small, localized context that never developed into widespread use. There is a gap in definitive evidence, making it difficult to provide a conclusive statement on the jar's true function. Researchers have tried replicating the jar's design, filling them with vinegar, grape juice, or other acidic solutions. The results showed that a voltage could indeed be generated. However, the amount of electricity produced is relatively small. It would be enough to give someone a mild shock if touched in certain conditions, but it is unlikely to have powered anything complex. The leading practical application would be electroplating, which does not require a high voltage. A small current over time can deposit a thin layer of metal, provided the process is well managed. Yet definitive proof remains elusive. If electroplating were common, archaeologists might expect to find workshops equipped with equipment dedicated to that purpose, along with references to it in contemporary writings. Mesopotamia was a hub of innovation in many fields. Its people created the first known writing system, cuneiform, advanced mathematics, and complex astronomical observations. They built ziggurats, managed sophisticated irrigation networks, and traded widely with other regions. It is not surprising that they might have dabbled in chemical reactions and incidental electrical generation. Given the region's deep tradition of craftsmanship, especially in metalwork, a small device that could facilitate plating or testing metals might have been useful. The puzzle lies in the lack of direct evidence describing the jars in that role. One of the main figures associated with the battery theory is Wilhelm König, an Austrian archaeologist who worked at the National Museum of Iraq in the early 20th century. He found these artifacts and wrote about them, proposing that they might have served as galvanic cells. His writings sparked a wave of enthusiasm among both academics and the public. Over time, researchers have remained divided, with some building upon Koenig's ideas and others arguing that the jar's shape and materials align more with storage or ritual vessels. The debate highlights the challenges of interpreting artifacts without inscriptions or clear context, especially when dealing with something as potentially anachronistic as an ancient battery. In popular culture, the notion of an advanced ancient technology resonates with a wide audience. The Baghdad batteries are often cited in television shows and books that explore hidden histories or alternative archaeological theories. These accounts sometimes lean towards speculation, suggesting that if ancient Mesopotamians had electricity, they might have used it in ways not yet understood. Skeptics call for caution, reminding readers and viewers that extraordinary claims require strong evidence. Artifacts that look like batteries could simply be misinterpreted everyday objects. Contributing to the intrigue is the question of how many such jars exist. Reports vary, but the number is relatively small, and not all jars have the exact same configuration. If they were truly used as batteries, one might expect more standardized designs, especially if they played a significant role in craftsmanship or ritual. The variations could mean that people were experimenting with multiple prototypes, or it could mean that these jars had multiple functions unrelated to electricity. The small sample size makes any definitive conclusion difficult. Occasionally, researchers consider broader historical context. The Parthian and Sasanian empires were times of cultural exchange and technological development, but they were also eras of conflict and shifting power structures. If a small group of artisans discovered a rudimentary electrochemical reaction, they might have kept the knowledge relatively contained. Knowledge in ancient times often spread slowly or was lost when turmoil disrupted cultural centers. Records could have been destroyed, and oral traditions might not have explicitly mentioned the jar's electrical properties, especially if they were used sporadically. Another angle is to look at references to electricity in ancient texts. The concept of static electricity was occasionally noted by Greek philosophers, who observed how amber, when rubbed with cloth, could attract small objects. There is, however, no known Mesopotamian text describing anything similar. If the jars were discovered to produce a shock, it might have been considered magical or divine, rather than something to be systematically studied in the way modern science would. This mindset could have inhibited further development or explicit mention of the phenomenon. Without definitive archaeological context, the jars remain open to interpretation. Some experts hold that they were purely for storing scrolls or sacred scrolls, given the presence of the copper cylinder that might have protected delicate materials. Others see them as containers for ritual offerings, oils, or perfumes. The appearance of the metal rods could reflect a technique to measure depth or to hang some object within the jar. The possibility of them being batteries, while appealing, requires a leap of faith that is not fully supported by the evidence at hand. Nevertheless, the conversation surrounding these artifacts underscores a broader point. Ancient societies were more knowledgeable and experimental than is sometimes assumed. Even if the Baghdad batteries were not actual batteries in the modern sense, they remind us that ancient technologies can be surprising. Civilizations across the ancient world had advanced metalworking, construction, and scientific observation methods. Many discoveries have been lost or forgotten over the millennia. The jars highlight how easily an artifact can capture the public imagination when it suggests that the past might have been more advanced than we give it credit for. The debate continues as new researchers come across the theory and attempt to reproduce or challenge it. Museum exhibits sometimes showcase replicas of the jars, inviting visitors to consider the possibility of an ancient battery. This interpretive approach can spark curiosity, though museums often include disclaimers that the function is still uncertain. In academic circles, the consensus often leans towards skepticism or a cautious middle ground. The jars can produce a voltage, but that does not automatically mean they were used for practical electricity. The missing historical context, lack of written accounts, and small sample size all make it difficult to state anything for certain. For the time being, these clay vessels remain an enigma. They represent either an example of ancient electrochemical knowledge or a set of mundane containers that happen to resemble a battery's internal setup. No matter which explanation is correct, the broader lesson is that the artifacts from ancient Mesopotamia and from other early civilizations still hold surprises. They provoke questions about how people in the distant past approached the natural world, experimented with materials, and used those experiments for daily life or ritual practices. In a place like Mesopotamia, known as the cradle of civilization, it is fitting that one of the most talked about discoveries highlights both the sophistication and the mystery of those early societies. The Antikythera mechanism has long captured the curiosity of archaeologists, historians, and anyone fascinated by the extent of ancient human ingenuity. It was discovered in 1901 off the coast of the Greek island Antikythera, resting in the wreckage of a Roman cargo ship that likely sank sometime around the 1st century BCE. Experts who initially recovered the artifacts had no idea what they had stumbled upon, because the mechanism was encrusted in corroded lumps of bronze and wood fragments. Over time, careful study and advanced imaging techniques revealed an intricately designed device made of interlocking gears, small inscriptions, and components that seemed far too sophisticated for its era. The story of this artifact reads like a piece of historical detective work, illuminating not just the technological prowess of the ancient world, but also the many gaps in knowledge about how advanced certain civilizations were capable of becoming. What first struck researchers was the complexity of the gears. There are more than 30 of them. Some place the count at around 40, each meticulously cut from bronze. These gears mesh together in a way that allows the device to replicate the cycles of the sun, moon, and possibly the 5 known planets of that period. Such a mechanism demonstrated an astonishing understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. It also indicated that at least some individuals of that era possessed the knowledge to construct something akin to a mechanical computer. The notion that a civilization in the 1st or 2nd century BCE had the capacity to produce such precision technology challenged long-held assumptions about the pace of technological development in the ancient world. Research into the mechanism has gone through various phases, each adding a piece to the puzzle. In the early 20th century, scholars were aware that the lumps of corroded bronze contained cogs and inscriptions, but the extremely delicate state of the fragments meant that taking them apart or trying to piece them back together with the tools available at that time was nearly impossible. Early attempts at analyzing the device involved careful photography and manual measurements, but they provided only a glimpse into the inner workings. Surviving texts from ancient Greek authors, including references to complex astronomical devices, suggested that advanced instruments could have existed. Yet there was never any physical evidence until the mechanism came along, showing that such intricate craftsmanship had actually been realized. It was not until the late 20th and early 21st centuries that significant leaps were made in understanding the mechanism. Scientists used advanced X-ray technology, such as CT scanning, to peer inside the corroded lumps without further damaging them. These scans provided detailed 3-dimensional images that allowed researchers to see the positions of the gears, read the faint inscriptions on the fragments, and reconstruct what the entire mechanism might have looked like in its prime. The inscriptions acted almost like an ancient user manual, with short explanatory notes about how different parts of the device function to predict eclipses, track lunar phases, or indicate the position of celestial bodies in the zodiac. These revelations painted a picture of an extraordinary level of scientific knowledge. The Antikythera mechanism was much more than a clock. It had multiple dials on the front and back, each scale possibly corresponding to a different aspect of astronomical observation. One dial seemed geared toward tracking lunar phases, taking into account the moon's elliptical orbit. Another appeared to track solar eclipses using the Saros cycle, which is approximately 18 years long. Researchers were astonished by the accuracy the device purportedly offered. Some propose that it could even show the position of known planets, though the surviving fragments do not confirm that with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, many partial reconstructions and replicas have been built using modern machines. each new model refining the understanding of how the mechanism worked and what it was intended to do. A consistent question arises: who designed and built the mechanism? Ancient Greece was home to numerous brilliant mathematicians, astronomers, and engineers, from Archimedes to Hipparchus. Some researchers think the mechanism could have originated in Rhodes, where there was a known tradition of building astronomical instruments. Others suggest it might have been the brainchild of a workshop influenced by the works of Archimedes, especially since he was known for inventing elaborate mechanical devices. Without definitive inscriptions linking it to a specific individual or workshop, the question of authorship remains unresolved. Another point of intrigue lies in the broader cultural and historical context. Ancient Greek society had a vibrant culture of mathematics and astronomy, influenced by earlier Babylonian observations and further developed by their own scholars. The sophistication of the mechanism might have come out of that tradition. Yet why does only one such device remain? Some experts propose that more devices of this nature existed but did not survive due to the fragility of bronze and wood. Others suggest that perhaps it was a rare invention, so specialized and expensive to produce that only a few prototypes were ever made. The fact that it was on a cargo ship hints at the possibility of trade or transport, but it is difficult to determine who the intended recipients were or why this device was being shipped. The mechanism's corrosion and the partial state of the fragments make the debate about its full capabilities a lively one. Certain theories suggest that the mechanism might have been able to track planetary positions. If that is true, it would point to an even deeper knowledge base than originally suspected. Determining that level of detail requires careful study of gear ratios, gear teeth, and the missing sections. There have been debates over the exact gear count necessary to incorporate multiple planets. Some reconstructions display numerous gears that go beyond what is preserved, indicating that the original device was missing pieces that would allow it to track Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Others are more cautious, noting that the extant gears can be definitively linked to lunar and solar predictions, while the planetary aspect remains somewhat speculative. In the modern era, the Antikythera mechanism stands as a testament to the fact that ancient societies were often more capable than they are given credit for. It challenges the linear view of technological progress that assumes a relatively smooth trajectory from the basic tools of antiquity to modern computers. The mechanism proves that pockets of advanced knowledge appeared at different times and places, sometimes blossoming in brilliant but short-lived bursts. This artifact reminds observers that scientific and engineering progress can happen in surprising fits and starts, influenced by cultural values, available materials, and the presence of inspired thinkers who find themselves at the crossroads of ideas. The sense of wonder that surrounds the mechanism also stems from its rarity. Had there been mass production of similar devices, the image of ancient Greek technology might be vastly different. Instead, one battered example survived because it happened to be in a shipwreck that preserved it to some extent. This raises questions about what else might lie underwater or beneath layers of sediment waiting to be discovered. Each new find has the potential to reshape prevailing theories of history and technology. The mechanism story therefore illustrates how a single discovery can upend assumptions about an entire civilization's capabilities. Some observers speculate that the mechanism might have had religious or ceremonial significance, given how closely astronomy was tied to divination and calendrical rituals in the ancient world. Others see it primarily as a teaching instrument, possibly used by scholars to demonstrate astronomical movements to students. A more utilitarian perspective holds that it was simply a valuable tool for navigation and for predicting important celestial events, useful for everything from agriculture to political or religious festivals tied to lunar and solar cycles. Modern reconstructions in museums allow visitors to turn dials and watch the gears spin, revealing simulated cycles of the sky as they might have been understood 2 millennia ago. These replicas help illustrate how the ancients conceptualized the cosmos and how they integrated that knowledge into a mechanical form. They also raise further questions about the broader context, such as how widespread literacy or numeracy was in ancient Greek society, or how knowledge was transmitted between scholars of different city-states and eras. The mechanism's discovery also serves as a vivid reminder of how events like shipwrecks can act as accidental time capsules, preserving objects that would otherwise vanish from the historical record. War, weather, and simple decay have contributed to the loss of countless artifacts over the centuries, leaving behind only faint traces for modern-day researchers to piece together. Each piece of evidence that does survive, a fragment of a gear, a half-eroded inscription, becomes an invaluable clue. The mechanism stands out because of its intricacy, but its significance is also tied to the stark possibility that it might have simply been lost to history if not for the chance discovery by Greek sponge divers. Furthermore, the mechanism fosters ongoing discussions about the role of mathematics and astronomy in shaping daily life in the ancient Mediterranean world. The presence of such a device implies that certain elite groups or scholars had a grasp of geometry and celestial mechanics sophisticated enough to design gear trains that accurately modeled observable phenomena. This is often seen as a hallmark of a culture that placed a high value on scientific study, or at least on the practical benefits of being able to predict eclipses or seasonal changes. It adds nuance to the picture often painted of Greek society, showing that knowledge was not confined to philosophical discourses, but was sometimes turned into tangible and functional technology. In the realm of modern popular culture, the mechanism frequently appears in documentaries, articles, and fictional narratives. People often refer to it as the world's first computer, though that term can be misleading if taken out of context. It did not compute in the same sense as a digital machine, but it performed intricate calculations using a gear-based system. This mechanical form of computation relied entirely on physical interactions between components, gears, dials, and pins, rather than on electricity or binary code. Still, the analogy helps convey the magnitude of its sophistication. Debates continue about what the mechanism means for the story of science and technology. Some view it as an outlier, a marvel produced by an unusually brilliant workshop that did not pass on its secrets widely. Others see it as a sign that advanced mechanical engineering was more common than generally assumed, but that few devices survived. Whatever the truth may be, the mechanism has achieved iconic status among historians of technology, symbolizing the heights of ancient innovation and the mysteries that still linger around it. Perhaps the most striking lesson is the reminder that progress in human history is not always linear or cumulative. Knowledge can be gained in one generation, lost in another, and rediscovered centuries later. The Antikythera mechanism sits at the juncture of known and unknown, revealing just enough to showcase the potential brilliance of its makers, yet concealing enough to invite continual exploration and debate. It is a shining example of how a single artifact can expand horizons, challenge assumptions, and invite reflection on the capacities of those who lived in the distant past. Saksai Huaman is a breathtaking archaeological site located just outside the city of Cusco in Peru. It is often described as a fortress, though it likely served multiple ceremonial and military purposes for the Inca Empire. The site's most famous feature is its monumental stone walls, constructed from massive blocks that fit together without the use of mortar. These interlocking stones, some weighing over 100 tons, have fascinated visitors for centuries. The stone surfaces match so precisely that even a piece of paper struggles to slide between them. This remarkable level of craftsmanship raises many questions about the methods used and the broader context of Inca engineering expertise. Historians and archaeologists generally agree that Saksai Huaman was built in the 15th century, during the height of the Inca Empire. Cusco was the empire's capital, and Saksai Huaman looms over the city, suggesting a combination of defensive and ceremonial importance. The precision of the stonework is often highlighted as a symbol of the empire's might, showcasing how the Inca understood not just stone shaping, but also load distribution, seismic stability, and architectural design. The final result is a marvel that still stands strong despite centuries of earthquakes and invasions. A common question is how the Inca moved such enormous stones without iron tools, wheels, or draft animals like horses or oxen. The empire relied on llamas for carrying smaller loads, but these animals cannot haul multi-ton blocks. It is speculated that workers employed a combination of manpower, ropes, and inclined planes. In some cases, they might have used logs as rollers, even though direct evidence of that method is rare. Others suggest that a system of rope pulleys could have helped shift stones into position. The process required an enormous labor force, supported by the Incas' well-organized system of mandatory public service known as the mita. Over many years, thousands of workers could have quarried, transported, and shaped the stones. One of the most intriguing aspects is how closely the stones fit. Each block seems custom cut to match the shape of the adjoining stones, resulting in irregularly polygonal patterns. This method increased the strength of the walls, making them more resistant to seismic activity. Earthquakes are not uncommon in this region, and the puzzle-like construction allows the blocks to move slightly without collapsing. Modern engineers sometimes marvel at how advanced this approach is, considering that the Inca did not rely on mortar to keep the blocks in place. Instead, they perfected a technique that appears to rely on intricately shaped surfaces that lock together. Some blocks have up to a dozen or more angles, all fitting seamlessly with neighboring stones. Such precision led to centuries of speculation about how exactly the stones were shaped. Some travelers in earlier times attributed the walls to superhuman forces or concluded they must be far older than the Inca. However, most archaeologists believe that the shaping was done using simple but effective tools made from harder stones or bronze chisels. Workers likely hammered away at the edges, testing the fit by placing the block against its neighbor, marking where more needed to be chipped away, and repeating the process. This would have been a labor-intensive task, demanding considerable skill and patience. Over time, constant adjustments and the final polishing of surfaces resulted in the stunningly accurate fits that are visible today. Saksai Huaman also served as a stage for major state rituals and celebrations. Each year, the Inti Raymi festival, dedicated to the sun god Inti, still takes place near the site. In the past, large gatherings were held to pay homage to the empire's religious pantheon, reinforcing the Incas' political and spiritual authority. The imposing nature of the walls, combined with the panoramic view of Cusco, contributed to the symbolic power of the site. The central area contained towers and possibly storehouses, though the Spanish dismantled much of the upper structures for building material after conquering the Inca. The Spanish chroniclers were in awe of Saksai Huaman's construction. They described it as the work of demons or giants, reflecting a common inability to reconcile such feats of engineering with the tools they believed the natives possessed. This perspective downplayed the Incas' achievements, attributing them to supernatural assistance rather than acknowledging indigenous expertise. Over time, more systematic studies revealed how the Inca might have accomplished these feats with rudimentary but effective techniques. The site became a symbol of pre-Columbian innovation, challenging assumptions about what so-called primitive societies could achieve. Another noteworthy detail is how the architecture harmonizes with the surrounding landscape. The Inca often designed structures to integrate with natural features, such as the bedrock or existing rock formations. Saksai Huaman is no exception, as it blends into the contours of the hillside while standing out as a testament to human ability. Certain stones still display marks or patterns that might have ritual or symbolic significance. There are also tunnels and carved rock outcroppings in the vicinity that might have held ceremonial importance. All these elements, taken together, show that Saksai Huaman was more than just a fortress. It was a multi-purpose complex that reflected the cosmology and social organization of the Inca world. The site's resilience against earthquakes is repeatedly held up as an example of sophisticated engineering. Where Spanish colonial buildings collapsed during seismic events, the massive interlocking walls of Saksai Huaman remained largely intact. This has led some observers to suggest that the Inca intentionally designed structures to sway and settle during tremors, reducing the likelihood of catastrophic failure. It is not clear whether this was a conscious understanding of seismic forces or simply a result of building with large, carefully shaped stones that happen to handle earthquakes well. Either way, Saksai Huaman's construction stands as a masterclass in sturdy architecture. Many visitors to Saksai Huaman note that the stones are not uniform in shape. Some are trapezoidal, while others have multiple angles and edges. This kind of irregular polygonal masonry is also seen in other Inca sites like Ollantaytambo and Machu Picchu, though Saksai Huaman displays some of the largest and most dramatic examples. Certain blocks tower over the average person's height, leaving travelers with a sense of awe. The experience of walking alongside these walls tends to provoke questions about human determination and the abilities of ancient civilizations to solve seemingly impossible logistical problems. In the modern day, the site is a popular tourist attraction and an important part of Peru's cultural heritage. Visitors come from around the world to witness the grandeur of Inca engineering. Local guides often share stories passed down through generations, explaining how the stones were once believed to be alive or imbued with spiritual energy. Some of these narratives point to the Inca worldview, in which natural and man-made elements were closely intertwined, and everything from mountains to rivers held sacred significance. Understanding this context helps to appreciate that the stones are not just feats of engineering, but also represent a deep spiritual and communal effort. Archaeologists continue to study Saksai Huaman to better understand Inca society. Excavations around the site have uncovered remains of residential areas, storage facilities, and ceremonial platforms. Analytical techniques such as microscopic studies of tool marks on stones or analysis of quarries shed light on the step-by-step processes of construction. These investigations help piece together the planning and execution of monumental Inca projects, showing that large teams were coordinated under state direction. The success of such projects depended on the empire's strong administrative system, which organized labor, resources, and expertise on a massive scale. The legacy of Saksai Huaman extends beyond the architectural marvel itself. It represents the peak of a civilization that flourished across a vast region extending from modern-day Colombia to Chile. The site is a reminder that monumental achievements are not the exclusive domain of societies with iron tools or wheels. The Inca adapted to their Andean environment, learned to shape stones with surprising precision, and built works that still inspire awe. Saksai Huaman's interlocking stones stand as silent witnesses to a sophisticated culture that valued both practicality and symbolic meaning in its architectural designs. As research continues, there may be further revelations about the methods employed by Inca stonemasons. Some scientists are using three-dimensional scanning and digital modeling to examine the angles and fit of the stones. Others look to ethno-historical accounts that describe labor practices or stone-moving rituals, hoping to glean clues from indigenous traditions that have survived in the Andean region. While no single document from the Inca period provides a clear blueprint of Saksai Huaman's construction, pieces of evidence accumulated over time offer a mosaic of plausible explanations. In the popular imagination, sites like Saksai Huaman sometimes spark theories involving lost technology or external influences. Yet mainstream archaeology maintains that these walls were constructed by highly skilled Inca engineers who employed knowledge passed down from earlier Andean cultures and refined over generations. The seemingly perfect joins are the result of painstaking effort and craftsmanship, rather than evidence of any alien intervention or mysterious lost art. Though the methods might look improbable to modern observers, especially considering the scarcity of mechanical aids, the achievements fit into the larger context of Andean stonework traditions. Saksai Huaman remains an essential stop for those interested in understanding Inca history and the broader story of pre-Columbian America. It sits at the edge of Cusco, perched high enough to offer a sweeping view of the city below, while also providing a gateway to the labyrinth of valleys and mountains that form the heart of the ancient empire. For visitors, the immense walls not only spark admiration for the architectural feats, but also invite contemplation about the interplay of human creativity, communal effort, and the motivation behind creating such a grand structure. Even centuries after the Inca were conquered by Spanish forces, this fortress temple complex stands as a testament to a society that thrived in one of the most challenging landscapes on Earth, turning natural obstacles into opportunities for innovation and unity. The Olmec civilization, which flourished in the tropical lowlands of south-central Mexico roughly between 1500 and 400 BCE, is often referred to as the mother culture of Mesoamerica. This term suggests that many later civilizations in the region, such as the Maya and the Aztecs, inherited cultural and religious traits from the Olmecs. One of the most striking legacies of the Olmec culture is their colossal head sculptures, which have intrigued scholars and visitors alike since their discovery. These giant stone heads, some reaching heights of nearly 3 meters and weighing several tons, offer a glimpse into the artistry, social organization, and symbolism of one of the oldest complex societies in the Americas. The colossal heads are carved from basalt, a type of volcanic rock found in specific regions. In many cases, the stone was quarried from the Tuxtla Mountains, located significant distances from the Olmec heartland. Transporting multi-ton boulders across rivers, swamps, and lowland rainforest terrain would have been a massive undertaking. Researchers debate the precise methods used to move these stones, suggesting rafts or rolling logs as potential solutions. Either way, the logistical challenges point to a society capable of organizing large labor forces and planning complex projects. These feats of stone transport indicate that the Olmecs had a well-developed political system that could mobilize resources on a grand scale. Once the basalt arrived at Olmec sites like San Lorenzo or La Venta, artisans began the intricate process of shaping the heads. The sculptures display individualized facial features, including distinctive headdresses that may represent crowns, helmets, or symbolic regalia. These details suggest the heads likely depict rulers or important figures rather than generic deities or mythical beings. The level of detail includes ear ornaments, facial expressions, and, in some cases, indications of social status or lineage. Historians interpret these heads as portraits of leaders, possibly used in public spaces to legitimize power or commemorate important events. The heads provide a glimpse into the Olmec aesthetic. They have broad faces, fleshy cheeks, and thick lips, characteristics that create a powerful and imposing presence. Some experts see evidence of stylization that merges human and mythical elements. The headgear, for instance, can sometimes include animal motifs or icons that might be tied to religious beliefs. This blending of the human and the supernatural is common in Mesoamerican art, where rulers are frequently portrayed as intermediaries between the earthly and divine realms. The giant heads, therefore, may have served as focal points for ritual worship, political propaganda, or both. The exact meaning behind these sculptures remains partially elusive. Some scholars argue they represent deceased rulers whose memory needed to be preserved, much like the monumental statues in other ancient civilizations. Others believe they might have had a protective function, acting as guardians for the city. Another theory is that each head was associated with a specific lineage or ruling house used to assert territorial claims or alliances. Without extensive written records, it is challenging to pinpoint the head's original context, but their sheer size and craftsmanship demonstrate that they were of significant cultural importance. One of the enduring questions is why the Olmecs chose to invest so many resources into creating these massive sculptures. The artistry alone required specialized craftsmen skilled at working basalt with stone tools. There is evidence of basalt workshop areas at some Olmec sites, where fragments and partially worked pieces suggest a lengthy process of sculpting. The final polishing and details might have been done at the installation site. This entire process would have required not only craftsmanship, but also large-scale social cooperation. Some archaeologists see this as a sign of centralized authority with the power to command labor. In other words, the heads exemplify a level of social stratification where laborers, artisans, and elites each played distinct roles in a state-like society. Modern research has identified around 17 colossal heads, though the discovery of additional fragments suggests the possibility of more. The heads vary in size and style, but they share the broad facial features and headgear that connect them to the Olmec artistic tradition. These heads have been uncovered in various conditions, with some deliberately buried or moved. In a few instances, heads were found in caches, possibly indicating a ritual decommissioning or reorientation. The reuse or reburial of heads could hint at shifts in political power or religious practice, as though the presence of older monuments required symbolic resetting when a new ruler or dynasty took over. Although the Olmecs had a rudimentary writing system, evidenced by carved glyphs on certain monuments, this script has not been fully deciphered. As a result, direct references to the colossal heads, if they existed, remain out of reach. Scholars must instead rely on material evidence, style comparisons, and the broader context of Mesoamerican iconography. Later cultures such as the Maya left more copious written records, describing divine kingship and the role of rulers in bridging the mortal and spiritual domains. Those documents provide some parallels to Olmec beliefs, but direct connections can only be speculated upon. Still, it is widely assumed that the Olmecs laid down foundational religious concepts that later civilizations adapted to their own contexts. In addition to the colossal heads, the Olmecs are known for other forms of monumental art, including altars, stelae, and smaller figurines. Some of these depict half-jaguar, half-human beings, commonly referred to as were-jaguars, which might have had deep religious significance. That said, the heads remain the most iconic representation, possibly because of their sheer scale. Tourist sites, museums, and textbooks often highlight these heads as emblematic of Olmec culture. Their mystique also fuels various alternative theories, including suggestions that they represent foreign travelers or that the Olmecs received help from extraterrestrials. Mainstream archaeology, however, explains the heads as the product of local developments in art, society, and political organization. Excavations at Olmec centers indicate that these were complex societies with agricultural systems supporting large populations. Maize was a staple crop, supplemented by fishing, hunting, and trade networks. Jade, obsidian, and other valuable materials have been found at Olmec sites, indicating extensive commerce and influence. These materials were often transformed into elaborate offerings or decorative items, many of which carry the distinctive Olmec style of downturned mouths and almond-shaped eyes. The fact that basalt was chosen for the heads suggests that the material itself might have held symbolic or ceremonial importance. It also implies a wide-ranging sphere of influence, as the stone had to be quarried and then transported over long distances. The environmental setting of the Olmecs, humid lowlands filled with rivers and swamps, provided abundant resources, but also posed challenges such as flooding. The capacity to organize large workforces for levee building, agriculture, and monumental architecture speaks to an advanced social structure. Each colossal head, therefore, represents not just artistic skill, but also the triumph of communal labor over difficult natural conditions. Scholars often see this interplay between environment and societal development as key to understanding how early states emerged in Mesoamerica. The heads themselves have survived for more than 2 millennia, partly due to the durability of basalt. Many were uncovered by local farmers or landowners in the 19th century, leading to increased academic interest in the Olmecs. Early interpretations sometimes cast them as exotic outliers in the region's history. Over time, archaeologists established that they were central to Olmec culture, fitting into a larger pattern of artistry and monumentality. The heads are typically displayed in museums or secured archaeological sites where they can be studied and preserved. Their preservation is crucial for ongoing research, as each new head or fragment can change the understanding of Olmec chronology, politics, or religious life. Some of the colossal heads feature a flattened backside, leading to debates about whether they were originally tall, cylindrical boulders that were shaped primarily in the front. Others seem to be more rounded, indicating different design choices or workshops. A few heads bear evidence of recarving, suggesting they might have started as an altar or another form of monument before being transformed into a head. This practice of recarving was not uncommon in Mesoamerica, possibly reflecting the need to update imagery to suit new rulers or shifting political alliances. The identity of the figures depicted by the heads remains the subject of continuous inquiry. Some researchers believe each head is the portrait of an actual ruler. Others argue that they represent mythological founders or combined aspects of lineage ancestors. Without explicit textual references, it is challenging to say which view is correct. However, the variety in their facial features indicates that the Olmecs likely wanted to distinguish one figure from another, possibly reflecting real-life differences among leaders. This nuance stands in contrast to the idea of them all being generic or purely symbolic. Today, the giant stone heads continue to captivate both academic researchers and the general public. They serve as tangible connections to a distant era when Olmec society flourished in the humid tropical landscape, creating art and monuments that would echo across centuries. Many visitors find themselves marveling at the scale of the heads and the effort required to bring them into being. These sculptures not only reveal the technological and artistic prowess of their makers, but also underscore the complexity and organization necessary to mobilize resources in such a grand fashion. They challenge any assumption that advanced, large-scale monument building was exclusive to later or more widely known Mesoamerican civilizations. In broader discussions about the origins of Mesoamerican culture, the Olmecs and their colossal heads often symbolize the early emergence of key cultural patterns. This includes the concept of divine rulership, the centrality of elaborate ceremonial centers, and a tradition of creating imposing public art that conveys political and religious messages. While the Olmecs eventually declined, their influence did not vanish. Traces of their religious iconography and social organization can be detected in subsequent cultures that occupied the region, showing that cultural exchange and evolution were ongoing processes. For many people today, the giant stone heads provoke a sense of wonder and a desire to learn more about the Olmec civilization. Their presence in museum exhibitions worldwide has brought global attention to Mesoamerica's deep history. Researchers continue to investigate the heads' details, looking at tool marks, residue analysis, and the arrangement of heads within ceremonial plazas to glean new insights into how the Olmecs constructed and used these imposing monuments. Each new finding helps build a clearer picture of a society that flourished thousands of years ago, leaving behind massive, haunting visages carved from stone. The Maya civilization flourished in parts of what is now Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. Known for remarkable achievements in astronomy, mathematics, architecture, and art, the Maya carved out an influential and enduring legacy that still fascinates historians, archaeologists, and visitors who walk among the ruins of their once magnificent cities. It is often said that the Maya disappeared, yet the story is more layered than the idea of a sudden, dramatic vanishing act. Instead, there were gradual transformations, periods of decline, and shifts in power centers. Still, there is a persistent sense of mystery because the so-called classic Maya collapse marked the end of their greatest monumental architecture and cultural zenith, leaving behind partially abandoned cities, fragments of written records, and elaborate temples consumed by the jungle. Scholars have proposed many theories to explain why the Maya culture experienced such a marked decline between roughly the 8th and 10th centuries. Some people attribute it to prolonged drought, others point to internal warfare and political strife, and still others focus on environmental degradation tied to agricultural intensity. The truth might lie somewhere at the intersection of multiple factors, making it hard to fully parse which combination caused the downfall of urban life in so many once thriving Maya city-states. Early explorers and archaeologists who encountered the sprawling ruins of Maya cities, such as Tikal and Palenque, were struck by the sense of abandonment. Towering pyramids emerged from dense rainforests, intricately carved stelae littered the landscape, and stone temples appeared frozen in time. With no written records easily deciphered at first, speculation ran wild about a civilization so advanced that it built massive stone structures in seemingly uninhabitable jungles and then left them behind. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, archaeologists began slowly unraveling the complexities of Maya glyphs, revealing elements of the Maya worldview, their rituals, and the significance of their ruling dynasties. It became clear that the civilization did not simply vanish on one specific date. Instead, different regions of the Maya world experienced decline at different times. The southern lowlands faced significant challenges, while cities in the northern Yucatan Peninsula, such as Chichen Itza, remained vital for generations afterward. Even when the so-called collapse was well underway in some areas, new power centers were rising in others. One central factor proposed in the decline of the Maya is warfare and political fragmentation. The classic period of Maya civilization, which spanned roughly from 250 to 900 CE, featured a network of city-states that occasionally formed alliances and sometimes turned against each other. Inscriptions on monuments often celebrate victories of one king over another and record conquests of neighboring polities. Scholars found evidence that, as the political landscape became more fragmented, it led to instability that disrupted trade routes, agricultural production, and even the ability to maintain elaborate civic ceremonial centers. Dynastic rivalries sometimes escalated into protracted wars, which may have caused populations to flee urban centers. A population exodus would reduce the workforce needed to maintain large-scale agriculture, temple building, and other state-sponsored activities. Over time, the accumulative effect of this political strife could have dealt a significant blow to the structure of society in the southern lowlands. Another possible culprit is environmental degradation tied to agricultural overuse of fragile rainforest soils. The Maya depended heavily on slash-and-burn agriculture, which can be sustainable when population density is low and land is abundant for long periods of fallow. However, as population grew in major centers, the need for more farmland could have driven the Maya to expand into more marginal areas and disrupt natural water management. Some archaeological studies suggest that rising populations led to deforestation around large cities, which in turn reduced rainfall, changed local climate patterns, and triggered a feedback loop of less reliable water supplies. The inability to properly irrigate fields or store sufficient water would leave many city-states vulnerable to famine, especially during extended drought periods. The collapse in certain areas might therefore be partly explained by the gradual exhaustion of environmental resources combined with climate shifts that aggravated the precarious balancing act between population and agricultural capacity. Drought features prominently in another line of research that ties climate data to Maya decline. Scientists analyzing lake sediments, cave stalagmites, and other natural archives found evidence of multiple severe droughts in the late Classic period. A lack of rainfall for several consecutive years or even decades can undermine agricultural output in a region dependent on seasonal rain and limited permanent water sources. Some of the greatest Maya centers in the southern lowlands were more reliant on capturing and storing rainwater than on year-round rivers or lakes. If the rains failed repeatedly, the consequences would include dwindling food supplies, inability to support large urban populations, and political turmoil as rulers struggled to maintain legitimacy. While the Maya were adept water managers, constructing elaborate reservoirs, canals, and terraces, there may have been a tipping point when repeated drought cycles outran even their sophisticated methods. Socio-political theories also look to the nature of Maya rulership as a vulnerability. Maya kings were considered semi-divine intermediaries with deities responsible for ensuring fertility and balance. They led grand public rituals to maintain cosmic order, often recorded in carved glyphs commemorating successes. If the environment failed to deliver rain, or if warfare ran rampant, the king's legitimacy might falter. Repeated failures of the ruling class to fulfill its ritual obligations could undermine the entire system of dynastic governance. This ideological breakdown might have contributed to the abandonment of certain city centers as people dispersed to smaller communities or migrated to more stable areas. New forms of governance might have emerged in northern regions, where the post-classic Maya polities, such as those at Chichen Itza and later Mayapan, retained a measure of Maya cultural tradition, but with changes to religious and political structures. Maya civilization is not lost or dead, because millions of Maya descendants still live in Central America and beyond, preserving elements of language, tradition, and identity. This is an important distinction sometimes overlooked by those who frame the Maya in purely archaeological terms, as if the culture evaporated without a trace. The modern Maya speak various Mayan languages, practice traditions passed down through generations, and carry on a cultural heritage that is rooted in the grandeur of the past, yet adapted to present realities. Archaeologically speaking, the dramatic shift around 900 CE remains a powerful puzzle, an event that led to the downfall of many city-states and ushered in new forms of social organization. The disappearance is best understood as a transformative period rather than an absolute end. Ongoing research seeks to refine understanding of these events by applying new technologies. LiDAR mapping has allowed archaeologists to see the large-scale infrastructure of ancient Maya cities hidden beneath dense vegetation. Satellite images, ground-penetrating radar, and advanced dating techniques continue to reveal the extent of Maya agricultural networks, road systems, and complex water management. These discoveries can reshape theories on population size, city density, and the overall resilience of Maya society in the face of environmental or political pressures. In turn, this might clarify how a civilization so innovative and knowledgeable about astronomy and timekeeping was forced to abandon many of its greatest centers. In short, the disappearance of the Maya is not literally about an entire people vanishing, but about the collapse of the political, cultural, and urban frameworks that defined the classic period. There is no single, simple cause. Instead, a mosaic of interwoven challenges such as warfare, overpopulation, environmental stress, and prolonged drought likely converged over generations. Each city-state faced different circumstances, and some endured longer than others, which complicates attempts to find a neat, universal explanation. However, the fascination endures because the Maya created awe-inspiring pyramids, beautiful art, and a system of writing that nearly vanished before modern scholars began to decipher it. The ruins they left behind serve as a window into a past that was both triumphantly advanced and ultimately vulnerable to the limitations of nature, politics, and societal cohesion. In that sense, the mystery of their disappearance resonates as a reminder of how even the greatest civilizations must adapt to changing conditions or face inevitable decline. The clues left in the jungle-shrouded temples and the partially decoded hieroglyphic texts encourage ongoing exploration, drawing in anyone curious about how a society this sophisticated could undergo such a sweeping transformation. The Maya story, therefore, invites reflection on the delicate balance that any complex society must maintain between population growth, resource management, political unity, and adaptability to climate fluctuations. Scholars keep searching for additional pieces of evidence, like newly discovered inscriptions that might record the last years of a once mighty dynasty, or paleoclimatic data that pinpoints the severity of drought cycles. Every new piece of the puzzle refines the narrative of how the Maya managed to thrive for centuries and what forces ultimately overwhelmed them in certain regions. Yet, in many ways, the Maya never truly disappeared. Their living descendants continue to contribute to the cultural tapestry of Mesoamerica, and the archaeological remains speak volumes about their ancestors' accomplishments. The question is less about how they vanished and more about how they transformed, migrated, and reshaped their societies as they face challenges that modern eyes can only partially glimpse through ruins, relics, and texts left behind. Derinkuyu is an extensive underground city in the Cappadocia region of central Turkey, a place known for its fairy chimney rock formations and historical cave dwellings. This unique underground complex represents one of the most striking examples of ancient ingenuity in creating entire communities beneath the surface of the earth. Cappadocia's soft volcanic rock, called tuff, provided an ideal medium for carving out living quarters, storage spaces, wine presses, tunnels, ventilation shafts, and even facilities for livestock. Although it is not the only subterranean settlement in the region, Cappadocia contains many such sites. Derinkuyu is among the deepest and most impressive, descending multiple levels below ground. The name Derinkuyu literally means deep well in Turkish, which is apt considering how far down the complex goes. The exact date of its initial construction remains uncertain, with some attributing it to the Phrygians around the 8th century BCE, while others suggest earlier Hittite influence or local inhabitants who expanded caves to unprecedented depths. Archaeologists and historians have found clues that Derinkuyu's primary purpose was to serve as a refuge during times of conflict or invasion. In a region that witnessed countless waves of conquest, the ability to disappear beneath the earth could have been vital. Early Christians, among others, are believed to have used these labyrinthine spaces to avoid religious persecution, as the complex includes chapels and religious iconography carved into walls. When threats loomed, entire communities could move below ground, sealing off entrances with massive stone doors resembling enormous millstones. These doors still sit in place at strategic passageways, illustrating how effectively inhabitants could block off potential invaders. Some levels of Derinkuyu also feature wineries, oil presses, and communal areas, implying that life could continue for extended periods without the need to re-emerge above ground for supplies. The architectural design is nothing short of remarkable. Passages connect different rooms and sections, with ventilation shafts providing fresh air. Some of these shafts are as deep as the city itself, ensuring that oxygen circulates to the lower levels. Water was accessed through underground wells that might have tapped into aquifers or rivers, while a network of channels allowed waste and water to flow. Derinkuyu's inhabitants planned for large numbers of people and livestock, which meant carving out stable rooms and storing fodder. Many chambers show evidence of communal cooking areas with soot-stained ceilings giving away centuries of activity. The scale of construction, estimated to extend over several kilometers of tunnels, testifies to a highly organized effort. While it's likely that different levels were expanded at different times, the overall result is a nearly self-sufficient underground metropolis. The rediscovery of Derinkuyu in modern times has its own legendary status. One popular story recounts how a local man, renovating his home in the early 1960s, knocked down a wall and discovered a passage leading deeper into the ground. Investigations eventually revealed level after level of interconnected tunnels. Since then, Derinkuyu has attracted tourists, researchers, and adventure seekers. Some levels are now open to visitors who can wander through dimly lit corridors and duck beneath low ceilings to reach communal rooms. This tourism has spurred further interest in Cappadocia's other underground cities, many of which remain partially unexplored. Archaeologists still work to map out Derinkuyu's full extent and determine which parts date to specific historical periods, as the site likely saw use over many centuries, from pre-classical times to medieval and even later eras. One compelling question is why people put such effort into constructing and maintaining a subterranean city on this scale. The answer often revolves around security and survival. Cappadocia's strategic location along major trade routes exposed it to migrations, religious conflicts, and foreign invasions. Building fortress-like structures above ground was one approach, but tunneling into the earth offered a hidden sanctuary that would be extremely difficult for invaders to breach. Moreover, the rock's insulating properties made underground living relatively comfortable year-round. Temperatures remain stable underground, providing relief from the extreme heat of Cappadocia's summers and the bitter cold of its winters. Food storage was also more efficient in these naturally cool environments, an added bonus for any extended stay. It is plausible that entire families lived semi-permanently in these tunnels, even outside of crisis periods, using the above-ground settlements for agriculture and trade, and the below-ground quarters for storage and protection. Another interesting angle to Derinkuyu's story is the interplay between myth, legend, and archaeological fact. Because the underground city is so vast and ancient, it invites speculation about deeper mysteries: who first started digging, how they managed to coordinate such an effort, and whether there are undiscovered lower levels branching off into labyrinths known only to the city's earliest inhabitants. Folklore sometimes blends these complexities into narratives of lost civilizations or secret knowledge. While such legends can enhance the site's mystique, researchers lean more towards practical explanations related to local population needs, available technology, and the region's historical context. Nevertheless, the sense of wonder persists when standing in a chamber dozens of meters below the surface, imagining entire generations living by flickering lamplight in hand-carved rooms. Derinkuyu is not merely a relic of the past, but a testament to human adaptability and innovation. It demonstrates how local populations can transform their environment to meet pressing challenges like warfare and harsh climate conditions. The inhabitants turned Cappadocia's soft volcanic rock into their greatest resource, carving out a fully realized subterranean infrastructure. Exploring the site today reveals details of daily life: how cooking was done, where animals were kept, how wine was produced, and even how religious rituals were carried out underground. It represents a kind of multi-layered time capsule, showing how successive cultures contributed to or used the labyrinth for their own needs. Many of the carved spaces may date from different epochs, reflecting changes in architectural style, expansion techniques, and the socio-political climate of the region. The significance of Derinkuyu extends beyond its immediate locality in Cappadocia, offering a broader lens on how ancient and medieval communities coped with insecurity. Around the world, there are other examples of cave dwellings and underground shelters, but rarely on the scale found in Cappadocia. This makes Derinkuyu a vital piece of the puzzle in understanding human resilience and creativity. Studies of the site can inform modern strategies for dealing with environmental and societal stress, though it is a product of its own time and geography. Researchers continually compare Derinkuyu with other subterranean complexes in the region, such as Kaymaklı and Özkonak, to build a comprehensive picture of how widespread the tradition of underground living and refuge was. Each city has its unique layout and modifications, but all share the common principle of carving out safety beneath the earth. The true depth of Derinkuyu, both physically and metaphorically, captures the imagination. Archaeological work progresses slowly because excavating cramped underground passages requires careful planning to ensure stability and the preservation of artifacts. Future discoveries might bring more clarity on the earliest inhabitants, the expansions over centuries, and the exact number of levels. Some speculate about hidden chambers yet to be unearthed, while others argue that the known sections already illustrate the full magnitude of the city. Either way, Derinkuyu remains a tangible reminder that human beings, confronted by danger and driven by necessity, can accomplish extraordinary feats. It is a masterpiece of subterranean engineering, quietly defying assumptions about what ancient civilizations were capable of and how they chose to shape their environment to protect themselves from the uncertainties above. The Piri Reis map is a mysterious and much debated world map compiled in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis. Discovered in 1929 by a German theologian working in the Topkapi Palace Library in Istanbul, it immediately drew international attention for its surprisingly detailed depiction of the coasts of Europe, North Africa, Brazil, and perhaps parts of the New World. There are even sections that some interpret as an outline of Antarctica, although this remains highly controversial. The map was drawn on gazelle skin parchment and is believed to be a fragment of a larger chart. Piri Reis himself claimed that he based it on a variety of sources, including maps from the time of Alexander the Great, Arab traders, Portuguese explorers, and possibly charts captured from Christopher Columbus's expeditions. Because it predates many standard sources of global geography available in Europe, it raises intriguing questions about the transmission of cartographic knowledge in the early 16th century. One of the most striking aspects of the Piri Reis map is its alleged portrayal of an ice-free coastline of Antarctica. Some enthusiasts argue that the map shows the Queen Maud Land region of Antarctica without the thick ice cover that blankets it today, suggesting that ancient mariners might have surveyed the continent in a remote past when its shores were not locked in ice. This idea set off a wave of speculation about advanced ancient civilizations or lost knowledge that passed through secret channels into Piri Reis's hands. Mainstream scholars typically approach this claim with skepticism, attributing the ambiguous coastline to a misinterpretation of South America's southern reaches or conflation with speculative geography common in maps of the Age of Discovery. Yet the story persists, fueled in part by the uniqueness of the map and references made by Piri Reis himself about his source materials. Piri Reis was not a fringe figure. He was a respected admiral in the Ottoman Navy with access to significant libraries, maritime knowledge, and intellectual circles of the empire. The Ottoman Empire, straddling Europe, Asia, and Africa, was well positioned to gather information from diverse navigators and travelers. In the early 16th century, exploration was reaching a fever pitch among European powers, and various explorers brought back new geographic data from Africa, India, and the Americas. The Ottoman court had its own keen interest in accurate maps for strategic and commercial purposes. It's plausible that Piri Reis combined these modern reports with older Islamic, Greek, and possibly Chinese or other sources to create a composite map more detailed than many contemporary European charts. He even wrote an accompanying text, the Kitab-i Bahriye, Book of Navigation, which provides further insights into navigational knowledge and the maritime law of the time. The controversy that often surrounds the Piri Reis map stems from how well it supposedly matches modern measurements of certain coastlines, particularly along the eastern coast of South America. Advocates of the map's exceptional accuracy claim that advanced mathematics must have been used, such as spherical trigonometry, or that it derived from an unknown advanced civilization capable of accurate longitudinal measurements long before those methods became common in European navigation. Others note that early explorers often resorted to dead reckoning, coastal surveys, and celestial navigation, all of which can produce maps that look unexpectedly precise in limited sections while being wildly off in others. The fragmentary nature of the map complicates any definitive analysis. The distortions are obvious in some areas, while others appear deceptively refined. Much of the fascination with the Piri Reis map lies in the idea that knowledge of the entire globe, including polar regions, existed in ancient or medieval times, contradicting the narrative that Antarctica was first sighted only in the 19th century. Supporters of alternative explanations argue that if the coastline of Antarctica is indeed depicted under ice, it suggests a prehistoric civilization with extraordinary surveying capabilities. Mainstream historians counter that the southern portion of the map likely represents a guess or imaginative addition, common in the cartographic tradition where unknown regions were filled in with mythological or speculative geography. Early maps often depicted sea monsters, mythical islands, and lands drawn from travelers' tales rather than precise measurements. The attention to detail along known coastlines might simply reflect good data from Piri Reis's source material, while the southern extremities were more guesswork, possibly influenced by rumors of land masses far south. In many ways, the Piri Reis map exemplifies the spirit of cartography during the Age of Discovery. Mapmakers drew from a melting pot of older classical sources, medieval Islamic scholarship, new European voyages, and local knowledge from port to port. It was a highly collaborative era, with explorers, scholars, and navigators exchanging information in a fluid and sometimes secretive manner. The Ottoman Empire, with its strategic control of key trade routes, had access to maritime intelligence from many corners of the globe. This environment allowed Piri Reis to compile an ambitious chart that integrated multiple references. If there is a mystery, it may simply lie in the gaps of modern understanding of how data circulated in the 15th and 16th centuries, rather than in the presence of a lost advanced civilization. Regardless of its actual accuracy, the Piri Reis map holds historical significance as an artifact. It demonstrates the high level of cartographic skill within the Ottoman world, challenging any notion that Renaissance Europe alone possessed sophisticated mapping traditions at that time. The map is also an artistic piece, with elegant calligraphy and decorative flourishes that reflect the cultural style of the Ottoman court. Scholars who have studied the text on the map note Piri Reis's commentary about how he compiled his sources, offering glimpses into the cross-cultural network of traders, sailors, and conquerors that shaped geographic knowledge. It stands as a testament to an era when the shape of the world was being reimagined on parchments and texts across continents. Today, the Piri Reis map remains safely housed in the Topkapi Palace Museum, preserved as one of the library's most intriguing treasures. Reproductions are widely available, and its image often crops up in discussions of historical anomalies, fueling continuing debates. Some see it as evidence of unknown history, while others regard it as a remarkable, yet ultimately understandable product of its time. From a purely historical perspective, the map underscores the broad range of knowledge the Ottoman Empire could access, dispelling any myth that exploration and cartography were exclusively Western pursuits. For those inclined to more speculative thinking, it continues to symbolize a puzzle about what people in the distant past may have known regarding Earth's geography. In all likelihood, the truth about the Piri Reis map involves a blend of the remarkable and the ordinary. It is remarkable in the sense that Piri Reis crafted a composite from diverse and sometimes rare sources. It is ordinary in that, like many maps of the period, it contains both areas of surprising accuracy and sections of imaginative guesswork. The fascination it inspires is partly about the romance of lost knowledge, and partly about the genuine puzzle of how certain features could be so well depicted while others are distorted or mislabeled. This tension between historical documentation and potential enigmas keeps the map in the spotlight. It also serves as a reminder of how quickly knowledge can spread when cultural and political centers collect data from wide-ranging sources, and how easy it is to read modern perceptions into older artifacts. Understanding it fully requires stepping into the worldview of the 16th century, where the boundaries between the known and unknown were still very fluid and cartographers possessed a mix of careful observation, recycled legends, and evolving navigational methods. Ultimately, the Piri Reis map stands as a unique testament to a moment in history when the world was on the cusp of a dramatic expansion of horizons, and the thirst for geographic knowledge was driving explorers and scholars to chart the shape of the Earth as best they could with the tools and data available at the time. The Etruscan civilization, which flourished in the region now known as Tuscany in central Italy, remains one of the most intriguing cultures of the ancient Mediterranean world. Known for its artistry, sophisticated social structures, and lasting influence on Roman culture, the Etruscans also left behind a written language that continues to baffle scholars. Despite an extensive history spanning from around the 8th century BCE to the late 3rd century BCE, only fragments of the Etruscan language have been properly deciphered. Researchers have worked with inscriptions on tombs, pottery, and various artifacts, yet a comprehensive understanding of the language remains elusive. Some progress has been made in deciphering bits and pieces, such as personal names and certain religious or funerary terms, but a thorough grasp of Etruscan grammar and vocabulary has not been achieved. The fundamental difficulty lies in the fact that the Etruscan language does not appear to belong to the Indo-European linguistic family, setting it apart from surrounding tongues like Latin and ancient Greek. Its structure and lexicon resist clear classification, leading some to suggest that it might be related to languages from distant regions. Others argue that it could be a linguistic isolate, meaning it has no confirmed relatives at all. This enduring puzzle keeps historians and linguists captivated as they sift through inscriptions and hope to unearth new clues that might shed light on Etruscan speech and writing. Many people first hear about Etruscan culture through its art and architecture. Etruscan tomb paintings depict colorful scenes of banquets, processions, and everyday life. Their distinctive terracotta sculptures reflect unique artistic sensibilities. These creations highlight a society that was both wealthy and sophisticated, enjoying trade connections throughout the Mediterranean. Yet the Etruscans were eventually overshadowed by the rising power of Rome, which absorbed Etruscan territory and culture. The Romans adopted various Etruscan customs, including religious practices and symbols of authority, such as the curule chair and certain aspects of temple architecture. However, Roman assimilation also contributed to the decline of the Etruscan language, since Latin eventually became the dominant tongue in the region. With fewer people speaking or writing Etruscan, the language faded from daily use, leaving behind a scattered collection of inscriptions. As time went on, many Etruscan sites were lost or repurposed, which further limited the discovery of long or detailed texts that could have served as crucial keys to unlock the language. The scarcity of bilingual inscriptions adds to the challenge. Scholars have had success decoding certain extinct languages by finding parallel texts, such as the famous Rosetta Stone for Egyptian hieroglyphs, which displayed the same message in Egyptian and Greek. By comparing the two versions, researchers could piece together the meaning of the hieroglyphic script. In the case of Etruscan, there is no direct equivalent of the Rosetta Stone. There are a few inscriptions that pair Etruscan with Latin, but they are either too brief or too formulaic to provide a comprehensive linguistic map. Occasionally, Etruscan words appear in Roman texts when authors mention foreign terms, but these references are random or incomplete. Such references help fill small gaps, but they are far from sufficient for a complete understanding. One of the most significant artifacts relating to the Etruscan language is the Mummy of Zagreb, also known as the Zagreb Linen Book or Liber Linteus. This text was discovered in the 19th century when an ancient Egyptian mummy, purchased by a Croatian official, was unwrapped. To the astonishment of scholars, the linen wrappings turned out to be inscribed with Etruscan text. The linen had presumably traveled from Etruria to Egypt at some point in the ancient world, where it was reused for mummification. The Liber Linteus is the longest known Etruscan text, offering invaluable material for researchers. However, Even with this longer piece of writing, the language resists a definitive translation. It is believed to be some form of ritual or religious calendar, given references to various names and ceremonial terms, but no one has produced a universally accepted translation. The Etruscans wrote using an alphabet derived from the Greeks, which might seem like an advantage for decipherment. The letters can generally be identified as variants of ancient Greek characters, meaning that reading the script is not necessarily the biggest obstacle. The main challenge is that even if one can sound out the words, the vocabulary and grammar remain difficult to interpret. Some words recur often in funerary inscriptions, indicating that they are likely formulaic expressions tied to death, the afterlife, or the identity of the deceased. Personal names can often be passed out because they appear in genealogical patterns, such as referencing a person's father or family lineage. Still, this partial understanding only scratches the surface. Much of the existing corpus lacks context, making it tough to confidently assign meanings to words or deduce grammatical rules. Different theories have emerged regarding the origins of the Etruscan language. An older hypothesis proposed a connection to the Anatolian region, tying the Etruscans to the ancient civilization of Lydia in what is now Western Turkey. The Greek historian Herodotus wrote that the Etruscans, whom he referred to as Tyrrhenians, descended from a group of Lydians who emigrated by sea. Linguists and historians have examined this claim in search of lexical similarities, but definitive proof remains elusive. Another perspective considers the possibility that the Etruscans were an indigenous people of the Italian peninsula, whose language developed locally, independent of other major linguistic families. This theory views them as a unique cultural group that emerged from a prehistoric population in the region. Some have even tried linking Etruscan to languages as far off as those in the Caucasus or to the Rhetic language of the Alpine region. But these links are tentative and debated. The relationship between Etruscan and Latin is another point of intense study. While Latin borrowed numerous words from Etruscan, including terms related to religion, governance, and everyday life, it did not adopt the Etruscan grammatical structure. Instead, it absorbed certain vocabulary items, place names, and personal names. Roman religion was also influenced by the Etruscans, evident in the practice of augury and the interpretation of omens. Some city names in Italy may have originated from Etruscan words, but the precise meanings of these names have been lost. These lingering fragments underscore how profoundly the Etruscans shaped Roman society, even if their own language eventually disappeared from common use. A major hurdle in Etruscan studies is the relatively small number of texts that go beyond short funerary or dedicatory inscriptions. Much of the known material consists of epitaphs or offerings, which often do not reveal the complexities of sentence structure or nuanced vocabulary. The longer Liber Linteus is partially preserved, but its meaning remains debated. Occasional plaques, mirrors, or pottery items bear short inscriptions that might identify the owner or invoke a deity, yet they are not lengthy enough to provide a broad window into how the language functions in various contexts. The hope among scholars is that future archaeological discoveries will unearth more extensive writings, perhaps in the form of temple records, commercial documents, or treaties with other regions. If such texts were found and could be placed in a context that includes references to known people, dates, or events, the chances of significant decipherment would improve dramatically. Researchers also rely on comparisons to other languages, looking for patterns in grammar or vocabulary that match known linguistic families. Some propose that Etruscan might be part of the Tyrsenian language family, grouping it with the Lemnian language, found in inscriptions on the Greek island of Lemnos and Rhaetic texts from the Alpine region. These inscriptions share certain peculiarities, suggesting a possible distant connection. If that connection is real, it might help clarify some aspects of Etruscan. However, these are minor languages in themselves, so the chain of inference can be tenuous. Each discovery in one sister language is still hindered by the overall lack of parallel texts and contexts that make for a robust interpretation. Another angle is the cultural and historical evidence that might provide clues about Etruscan society. Archaeological findings reveal that the Etruscans were advanced in metalworking, trade, and urban planning, with a confederation of city-states rather than a single unified empire. Their religious beliefs placed emphasis on divination and interpreting signs from the gods. The Etruscans appear to have had a rich mythological tradition, some of which passed on to Roman culture. All these details might be reflected in their language if researchers could understand references in extant texts. Ritual formulas might describe specific religious practices or theological concepts. Commercial records, if found, could hint at trade routes and goods exchanged with neighbors in the Mediterranean. In the end, each fragment of language is a puzzle piece that could connect Etruscan language structure with the realities of Etruscan daily life. In the study of any poorly understood language, a small shift in perspective can sometimes spark a breakthrough. The addition of new archaeological evidence, the re-examination of old inscriptions, or advances in digital technology for pattern recognition might hold the key. Some specialists use computational approaches to analyze the frequency of symbols, the arrangement of words, and potential syntactic patterns. These methods can suggest possible grammatical rules or identify words that share common roots. However, machines can only do so much when there is so little contextual information and so few texts to train on. Ultimately, the language puzzle is likely to be solved, or at least made clearer, by ongoing excavations and reinterpretations of existing artifacts. Even a single new bilingual inscription with sufficient length and content could open enormous windows into the grammar and vocabulary that remain unknown. There is also an emotional component to studying the Etruscans. Their achievements and unique perspective on life seem to slip further into obscurity with each passing century that the language remains undeciphered. Modern eyes can see the beauty in their artwork and the innovation in their architecture, but the actual words they use to describe their world are mostly lost. It is a bit like having a grand painting but missing the accompanying story. The Etruscan language, if it were fully understood, might offer direct insight into their worldview, shedding light on how they perceived the divine, how they structured their social relationships, and how they narrated their own history. As things stand, there are educated guesses and careful reconstructions, but a genuine first-hand Etruscan narrative remains locked behind an incomplete key. The quest to decipher Etruscan has been ongoing for centuries, with many enthusiastic amateurs joining professional epigraphers in attempts to unravel the code. Controversies sometimes arise when someone claims a new interpretation that others cannot verify. Without lengthy bilingual texts or more extensive corpora, it is difficult to confirm or deny many of these claims. The academic community generally demands rigorous evidence and repeatable methodology, so most Etruscan translation theories remain tentative or incomplete. Even so, each attempt helps refine the conversation by highlighting what might be possible and what is clearly unlikely. Over time, these debates gradually chip away at the mystery, yielding minor insights that might eventually form part of a larger picture. Even though Etruscan language studies can appear frustrating, the civilization's overall legacy continues to be recognized. Etruscan cities like Tarquinia, Cerveteri, and Vulci are famous for their necropolises and tomb art. Museums display exquisite bronze and ceramic works that exhibit remarkable craftsmanship. Inscriptions, though cryptic, hint at a rich cultural framework filled with rituals, festivals, and deeply ingrained respect for divination. The Romans learned a great deal from the Etruscans, and some scholars argue that the foundation of Roman civilization was, in many respects, built on Etruscan innovations. The overshadowing effect of Rome means that casual students of history often overlook just how influential the Etruscans were. The sheer length of time that has passed since the Etruscan civilization thrived means that many records, whether carved on stone or painted on walls, have eroded or been destroyed. Tomb looters, early treasure hunters, and later expansions of modern cities all contributed to the disappearance of potential sources of written Etruscan. Nevertheless, hope persists that new sites or artifacts will surface as archaeological methods become more advanced. Ground-penetrating radar, careful excavation of known tomb areas, and the exploration of formerly inaccessible regions may yield more inscriptions or even entire libraries of Etruscan texts. If that were to happen, the Etruscan language could move from being an enigma to something comprehensible within the broader scope of ancient history. For now, the Etruscan language remains one of the most fascinating riddles of the ancient world. It is a reminder that even with modern technology, not everything from the past can be easily unlocked. Historians and linguists continue to piece together the puzzle from partial inscriptions, funeral epitaphs, and occasional clues embedded in Roman literature. Some progress has been made in identifying certain key words and names, and scholars agree on the general phonetic values of the letters. Yet the deeper layers of the language, its grammar, broader vocabulary, and nuances of meaning remain hidden. It stands as a monument to how fragile cultural memory can be. When a civilization's power wanes and another replaces it, whole languages can vanish, leaving behind only silent echoes on stone. The Etruscan puzzle continues to challenge modern minds and fuels the ongoing quest to understand one of history's most mysterious tongues. The legend of Atlantis has captivated imaginations for more than 2,000 years. The story famously originates with the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who mentioned Atlantis in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful island kingdom located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, usually understood as the Strait of Gibraltar. He described its advanced civilization, vast wealth, and imposing naval force. Then, in a cataclysmic event, Atlantis supposedly sank beneath the ocean, never to be seen again. Ever since Plato's account, countless adventurers, scholars, and dreamers have speculated about whether Atlantis was a real place or merely a philosophical allegory used by Plato to illustrate moral and political ideas. Some theories place Atlantis in the Mediterranean, others in the Caribbean, and still others in the Atlantic or even as far afield as Antarctica. The question of its exact location, or even if it existed at all, remains one of the great mysteries of the ancient world. Many scholars interpret Plato's tale as a moral or political allegory rather than a historical fact. In his dialogues, Plato depicts Atlantis as a society that was initially noble but became corrupted by greed and power, eventually incurring the wrath of the gods. Its destruction serves as a cautionary lesson about hubris and moral decay. This interpretation suggests that Plato used the story to highlight his philosophical ideas about the ideal state, justice, and the dangers of ambition. From this perspective, Atlantis could be no different from other allegorical societies mentioned in ancient literature, a powerful symbol of something else. That, however, has not dampened the persistent belief among enthusiasts that Atlantis was a real place. Over time, many individuals have claimed to have found evidence of its existence, pointing to submerged structures, unusual geological formations, or ancient maps that supposedly depict a large island in areas now covered by water. One of the most famous modern explorers who became fascinated with Atlantis was Ignatius Donnelly, an American politician and writer of the late 19th century. Donnelly published a book that argued Atlantis was the source of all major civilizations, spreading advanced technology and knowledge around the world before it sank. His work sparked renewed interest in the idea of a lost advanced civilization and inspired subsequent generations of Atlantis hunters. However, mainstream archaeology and geology have questioned Donnelly's methods and conclusions. The lack of definitive artifacts or structures that can be unequivocally identified as belonging to Atlantis remains a major sticking point. Submerged cities do exist in certain parts of the world, but they are generally associated with known civilizations, or their dating does not match Plato's timeline for Atlantis. One of the challenges in tracing Atlantis is that Plato's details, while vivid, are also somewhat contradictory or unclear. He described Atlantis as larger than Libya and Asia combined, but also mentioned that it was within reach of ancient navigators. The timeline he gave for Atlantis's demise, around 9,000 years before his own era, places its destruction in a period far older than most recorded civilizations. Some attempt to reconcile this by suggesting an error in transcription of numbers over the centuries, or that Plato exaggerated to drive home his philosophical message. Others argue that if Atlantis existed, it might not have been exactly as Plato described. Instead, it could have been a smaller island or coastal region that sank due to natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis. Such catastrophes were not uncommon in the Mediterranean, as evidenced by the volcanic eruption at Thera, present-day Santorini, which dramatically affected the Minoan civilization. The eruption of Thera around 1600 BCE is often cited as a candidate for the Atlantis story. This massive volcanic event caused widespread destruction across the Aegean region, leading some to connect it with the legend. The advanced Minoan civilization on Crete suffered a severe blow from the resulting tsunamis and environmental disruption. Over time, stories of a grand civilization destroyed by sudden cataclysm could have evolved into the Atlantis myth. While compelling, this theory has never been conclusively proven. Critics note that Plato explicitly placed Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean, whereas Thera lies within the Mediterranean. Supporters of the Minoan hypothesis counter that Plato's geographical references might be symbolic or misunderstood. The debate remains unresolved, but the Thera eruption stands as a powerful historical example of how a civilization can be dramatically impacted by a natural disaster. Other proposed locations for Atlantis span the globe. Some researchers look to the Azores, a chain of islands in the North Atlantic, arguing that remnants of submerged landmasses there might indicate a lost island. Some point to underwater rock formations off the coast of Cuba, suggesting they are the ruins of an ancient city. Others go as far as Antarctica, proposing that shifting continents or polar displacements could have submerged Atlantis under the ice. These theories range from the mildly speculative to the outright fringe. Mainstream science generally views them with skepticism due to the lack of concrete evidence. Nevertheless, the idea of Atlantis continues to capture public imagination, fueled by fictional works, movies, and documentaries that play up the mystery. One reason Atlantis endures in popular culture is its depiction as an advanced society with technology or knowledge beyond what was thought possible for ancient times. Some versions of the legend include futuristic elements, such as powerful energy crystals or advanced machinery. These elements, while entertaining, typically stem more from modern fiction than from Plato's original dialogues. Plato mentioned advanced architecture and a strong naval force, but he did not describe anything resembling the technological marvels found in contemporary adventure stories. Instead, he emphasized the moral decline of a once righteous people who had been favored by the gods. Over the centuries, new layers of speculation have been added, blending myth, literature, and esotericism into a swirling narrative that can be difficult to untangle. The symbol of Atlantis also resonates because it speaks to the possibility of great achievements lost to the ocean's depths. Human history is replete with real examples of lost cities and civilizations, some of which remain buried under sand or jungles or submerged along coastlines. From ancient structures off the coast of India to sunken towns in the Mediterranean, there are genuine archaeological sites that remind us of how easily history can vanish. Atlantis, whether fictional or not, symbolizes both the fragility of human endeavor and the allure of great discoveries lying just beyond our current knowledge. It's an idea that invites people to dream about what might still be waiting beneath the waves. Despite centuries of search, no undeniable proof of Atlantis has come to light. Modern oceanography has given researchers a much better understanding of the ocean floor, especially in regions like the Atlantic. Detailed surveys do not reveal any massive sunken landmass that could correspond to something larger than Libya and Asia. That said, there are intriguing geological features, like the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, that some have proposed as evidence of land once above the surface. Geological timelines, however, suggest that if any land had been above water in that region, it would predate humans by millions of years, making it incompatible with Plato's timeframe. These discrepancies lead the majority of scientists to conclude that Atlantis is likely a legend. Still, the lure of possibly finding a real basis for the story motivates ongoing speculation. Within classical studies, there is an appreciation for how myth, history, and philosophy intersect in Plato's dialogues. The account of Atlantis sits alongside other allegorical tales that Plato used to explore themes of governance, morality, and virtue. His works frequently employed fictional setups to highlight deeper truths about human nature. That approach can make it tricky to separate fact from fiction. Some elements of Plato's writings were clearly grounded in the real world, referencing cities and people of his time. Others were intentionally mythic or idealized, especially when presenting his vision of the ideal state. Atlantis could easily be seen as a vehicle for Plato to present a cautionary tale. In many respects, it parallels stories from other cultures about gods punishing human arrogance, like the biblical flood, or Greek myths about the punishment of mortals who defied divine will. Over the centuries, Atlantis has also become a staple of esoteric and New Age beliefs. Various mystical traditions claim that the people of Atlantis possessed psychic abilities or were the recipients of knowledge from extraterrestrial beings. Though these ideas stray far from Plato's narrative, they have shaped a wide range of books and channels of thought. Atlantis is sometimes portrayed as the root of all human spirituality or the cradle of esoteric wisdom passed down in secret societies. From a historical or archaeological standpoint, these claims are impossible to verify. They do, however, demonstrate the flexibility of myth and how easily it can be reinterpreted or expanded upon to fit new worldviews. When examining Atlantis from a purely academic perspective, the lack of direct archaeological support is the main obstacle. The best that can be said, given current evidence, is that no known site matches Plato's description in every detail. This does not entirely rule out the possibility that the legend was inspired by a real event, but any attempt to identify a specific location tends to lean on speculation or selective interpretations. Yet the desire to uncover the truth behind Atlantis persists. Underwater archaeology is a growing field, and as technology advances, previously inaccessible areas of the ocean floor become more reachable. Side-scan sonar, submersible vehicles, and improved mapping techniques might lead to future discoveries. If a structure matching Plato's depiction were found, circular canals, a central plain, and ringed harbors, Atlantis would shift from legend to one of the greatest archaeological stories in history. Until then, Atlantis remains a cultural touchstone, a story that challenges human beings to consider the impermanence of civilization and the consequences of moral decay. It also taps into the fundamental human urge to explore and discover the unknown. Every time a new underwater formation is discovered or a fresh theory is published, the Atlantis conversation reignites, stirring the imaginations of those who long to find proof of that mythical land. In this sense, Atlantis has transcended the pages of Plato's dialogues to become a symbol of human curiosity and the enduring hope that there is still more to learn about our past. Whether purely fictional or based on real events, the Lost City continues to hold a place of honor in the pantheon of ancient mysteries. The stone spheres of Costa Rica are a remarkable collection of nearly perfect spherical rocks, some measuring just a few centimeters across, while others reach over 2 meters in diameter and weigh several tons. They are primarily found in the Diquís Delta and on Isla del Caño in the Pacific coastal region. First brought to wider attention in the 1930s, when the United Fruit Company was clearing land for banana plantations, These spheres quickly captured the imagination of both the public and archaeologists. The question of who made them, how they were crafted, and most intriguingly, why they were created in the first place, has occupied researchers for decades. Their smoothness and near-perfect roundness have led to endless speculation, ranging from mundane practical uses to wild theories about alien visitors. Although many of these spheres have been relocated from their original contexts, they remain striking examples of prehistoric craftsmanship that spark ongoing debate. The indigenous people who inhabited that region of Costa Rica prior to Spanish colonization did not leave written records, so there is no direct documentation explaining the stone spheres. Archaeological investigations suggest they were created by ancestors of the Baruca, Teribe, and other Chibchan-speaking groups. These societies had a rich tradition of creating stone artifacts and sculptures, but nothing else so far discovered matches the precision and scale of the spheres. Excavations in areas where the spheres were originally found reveal that some were placed in alignments or clusters near structures, implying they might have held ceremonial or social importance. The exact positioning could have denoted status, marked territories, or aligned with astronomical events. However, without textual or oral accounts, pinpointing their function is challenging. The production of these spheres likely involved painstaking labor. They are made from different types of rock, including granodiorite, gabbro, and limestone, most of which are extremely hard. Although natural river cobbles could have provided a starting shape, the degree of roundness observed in many spheres suggests extensive shaping using stone tools, heat, and possibly sand abrasion. A commonly proposed method involves the controlled heating of the stone's surface, followed by rapid cooling to cause small flakes to break off. Repetition of this process could gradually shape the stone into a more spherical form. This would have required immense time and skill, not to mention a cultural or religious motivation to undertake such an elaborate project. Some have wondered whether the spheres were symbols of power, cosmic representations, or simply large-scale artworks meant to impress or unify communities. A major hurdle in understanding the spheres is that many of them were moved from their original locations over the decades. The destruction of archaeological context makes it difficult to interpret their arrangement or the relationship between different groups of spheres. Early accounts mention spheres found in straight lines, triangles, or geometric patterns. There are also reports of spheres sitting on top of earthen mounds or near the entrances of buildings. Without precise archaeological records, it is challenging to differentiate verified observations from anecdotal or exaggerated claims. This is a common problem in archaeology when artifacts of great interest are discovered in the midst of industrial or agricultural development. The curiosity of collectors also led to the looting or sale of some spheres, further scattering them around the country and abroad. Some local legends in Costa Rica speak vaguely of gods or ancestors with the power to shape stone, though these accounts are largely oral traditions passed down through generations, not definitive historical records. There is a temptation to frame the spheres as an unsolved mystery in the style of other global enigmas, which has sometimes led to sensational theories. Suggestions that the spheres were part of an alien landing site, that they acted as compasses for transoceanic navigators, or that they displayed advanced mathematical knowledge. A more balanced view recognizes the spheres as the product of skilled craftsmanship within the capabilities of local communities, but with a symbolic significance that is no longer clearly understood. The stone spheres have become a cultural emblem for Costa Rica, reflecting the sophistication of pre-Columbian societies in the region. National museums and institutions have worked to protect and study these artifacts, and a UNESCO World Heritage designation now covers parts of the Diquís Delta where the spheres are found. This recognition emphasizes the global importance of preserving such unique heritage. By examining the spheres in their archaeological context and using modern techniques like ground-penetrating radar or satellite imagery, researchers hope to find additional buried spheres or associated structures. Each new discovery could shed light on the civilization that shaped them. Investigations have also focused on analyzing tool marks, micro-abrasion patterns, and the geologic sources of the stone. By tracing the origins of the rock, archaeologists aim to understand the extent of trade or quarrying activities. If the stone was quarried from certain highland areas and transported to the lowland delta, that would imply significant labor organization and logistic planning. Such evidence could point to hierarchical or cooperative social structures capable of directing large-scale projects. Conversely, if the stones were shaped in or near their original riverbed locations, it might indicate a more decentralized approach. Identifying any repeated dimensions or standard measurements among the spheres could suggest intentional design rules tied to cosmology or numerical systems. These avenues of research remain open and have produced a slow but steady stream of insights. A persistent question is the purpose of the spheres. Some archaeologists theorize they may have been status symbols, placed in front of the homes or public structures of high-ranking individuals. Others consider an astronomical function, although clear alignments with celestial events have not been conclusively proven. There could also be a spiritual or religious interpretation, with the spheres symbolizing cosmic entities like the sun or the moon, or representing the cycle of life and death. Without direct testimony from the original culture, there is room for multiple interpretations. The uniform shape of a sphere can embody unity, wholeness, and perfection, themes that many cultures around the world associate with the divine or cosmic order. These universal symbolic associations might offer partial explanations, but they fall short of a definitive answer. One point frequently raised is the difficulty in creating near-perfect spheres using only Stone Age tools. This leads some to claim advanced or unknown techniques must have been used. However, modern experiments and ethno-archaeological parallels suggest that, while extremely time-consuming, shaping hard stones by controlled heating, hammering, pecking, and grinding is feasible with pre-Columbian technology. The perfection might sometimes be overstated. Although many spheres are impressively round, measurements show small deviations in shape. Some might appear flawless to casual observation, but are actually off by a few centimeters or have slightly irregular surfaces. Still, the craftsmanship remains notable for an ancient society lacking metal tools. In the modern era, the stone spheres have taken on a life of their own. They appear in tourism campaigns and are displayed in public buildings and private gardens. Their mystery and aesthetic appeal draw visitors from around the world. Local artisans create replicas, and the original artifacts are a source of national pride. Despite this recognition, there is an ongoing effort to ensure that the spheres are studied scientifically and preserved in situ whenever possible. The hope is that by keeping them in their original locations, future scholars will have a better chance of unraveling the cultural context behind their creation. UNESCO's inclusion of the pre-Columbian chiefdom settlements with stone spheres of the Dikeys on the World Heritage List underscores how important this is for both national and global heritage. Costa Rica's stone spheres represent a microcosm of the challenges and rewards of studying ancient artifacts with limited textual or oral evidence. The craftspeople who shaped these stones left a tangible testament to their skill, yet no written explanation for why they devoted such energy and resources to producing geometric forms. The societies that made them had religious and social practices that modern researchers can only guess at, piecing together the puzzle from whatever remains in the ground. Archaeology thrives on these kinds of mysteries, encouraging fieldwork, analysis, and collaboration across disciplines. Each newly discovered sphere or site, every refined dating technique, and every comparison with other regional artifacts pushes the boundary of what is known. Over time, the collective effort might reveal whether the spheres served a ceremonial function, a social one, or a mix of both. In a broader sense, the stone spheres of Costa Rica challenge people to reflect on how human cultures express identity, spirituality, and status through monumental art. Many ancient societies around the world created large-scale statues, pyramids, or geoglyphs. The Dikis culture chose spherical forms, a shape that continues to be associated with perfection and wholeness. Perhaps they wished to represent celestial bodies, or maybe they sought to manifest power and unity in a visually striking way. The final truth remains hidden within these silent stones. Yet their presence is enough to remind everyone of the depth of human creativity and the effort people will invest to turn an idea, whatever it may have been, into a lasting material reality. The spheres stand as a testament to both the puzzle-solving nature of archaeology and the cultural achievements of the past, inviting admirers to ponder the possibilities behind their creation and the stories they carry in their rounded silhouettes. The land surrounding the modern city of Xi'an holds a remarkable cluster of ancient burial mounds that many refer to as the Chinese pyramids. These structures, which may not resemble the towering stone pyramids of Egypt, are massive earthen mounds built to honor and bury emperors, their families, and sometimes high-ranking nobles. They stand as silent witnesses to a long history of imperial wealth and power. Some observers argue that there might be more than 100 of these mounds, though not all of them can officially be classified as pyramids. Their shapes and sizes vary, and many are covered with grass, shrubs, and even trees, blending in with the landscape. For decades, certain sites have been restricted or only partially accessible to visitors. Official and unofficial reports alike describe these sites as grand and mysterious, and they continue to spark curiosity among archaeologists and historians who are seeking clues about imperial Chinese funeral customs, ancient construction techniques, and cultural beliefs about the afterlife. Over time, local stories about these pyramids have circulated, sometimes sounding more like legend than history. It has been claimed, for instance, that a few of these mounds hide elaborate underground palaces or untold treasures locked away beneath layers of earth. In reality, imperial tombs in ancient China were designed with meticulous planning, and some contain not just the emperor's remains, but also complex arrangements of valuable objects, figurines, and personal belongings intended to accompany the departed into the afterlife. The well-known terracotta army discovered near the tomb of Qin Shi Huang is a prime example of how elaborate these burial complexes could be. Yet many of the other pyramid-shaped mounds remain less studied, often because of governmental limitations on excavation or because of concerns about preserving the delicate contents. The result is a shroud of mystery that surrounds these sites, with researchers left to hypothesize about what lies within them. One example is the pyramid identified as the Maoling Mausoleum, which is the resting place of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. Emperor Wu was a powerful figure who expanded the Chinese Empire and initiated vast projects during his reign. His tomb took decades to complete and required the labor of tens of thousands of workers. Historical records describe how extensive these building efforts were, though exact construction details remain sparse. The mausoleum is believed to have contained an impressive treasury of objects, from precious metals to fine jade. Over the centuries, some of the content has been lost or looted, a fate that affected many ancient tombs. Even with such historical records, much of the site's original grandeur can only be guessed at, since modern excavations have been limited and strictly controlled. Archaeologists have long been fascinated by the construction methods used to create these massive earthen mounds. Unlike the stone blocks of the Egyptian pyramids, Chinese builders use stamped earth, a technique that involves layering and compressing soil, clay, and other materials to form a stable and almost concrete-like mass. This method was remarkably durable, and many of these mounds have survived for over 2,000 years in a climate that ranges from harsh winters to scorching summers. Researchers examining the structure of these tomb mounds have found multiple layers carefully pressed in place, suggesting a high degree of engineering sophistication. The interior chambers, where the coffins and grave goods were placed, were often sealed off to deter grave robbers. However, many tombs did not remain undisturbed, and countless artifacts have been stolen or destroyed. Mystery also arises from reports of a so-called Great White Pyramid, a monumental structure rumored to dwarf all the other Chinese tombs. Early 20th century travelers claim to have seen an enormous pyramid rising from the countryside near Xi'an, describing it in dramatic terms. There are even some old black and white photographs that allegedly show a large, white-colored mound, although the angles and distances have led to debate about the actual size and nature of the structure. Some argue that the travelers may have exaggerated, or that the mound's appearance was influenced by the position of the sun or by local chalky soil. Others insist that a colossal hidden pyramid still stands, protected by Chinese authorities or perhaps simply overlooked by the outside world. Efforts to pinpoint this exact pyramid's location have not been conclusive, and official sources often downplay its existence. Over the years, various aerial and satellite images of the Xi'an region have brought more clarity to the question of just how many pyramid-shaped mounds exist. These technologies show a range of mounds of different sizes scattered around the plains and foothills. Most of them do not look pristine and geometric like the iconic pyramids at Giza. Instead, they appear as large, worn-down hills or earthen platforms. Some archaeologists caution that not all of these lumps are tombs and that certain mound-like features are natural formations. Others suggest that some mounds, though originally shaped, were eroded over centuries, making it challenging to identify their precise structure. This ambiguity only adds to the sense of intrigue, since it is difficult to be certain which of these shapes are truly man-made and which are products of nature. Many of these tombs date to the Han Dynasty, which ruled China from around 206 BCE to 220 CE. The dynasty is known for its significant cultural, scientific, and economic developments, and for its tradition of constructing monumental burial complexes. A typical imperial tomb might include not just a central burial chamber, but also pits filled with pottery figurines, metal objects, animals, and symbolic guardians. There could be ceremonial gates, spirit paths flanked by statues, and smaller satellite tombs for consorts or key officials. The largest mounds sometimes reached heights of more than 40 meters. By piling up an immense amount of earth in carefully managed layers, builders created a structure that was imposing and meant to last through the ages. The effort required considerable coordination of labor, resources, and management, reflecting the central power of the emperor. Chinese belief systems played a major role in the design and decoration of these tombs. In ancient times, it was widely held that the afterlife was a continuation of life on Earth, and an emperor would need servants, weapons, entertainment, and even entire armies to protect him on his journey. The Terracotta Army is the most famous example, but smaller tombs sometimes held miniature figurines representing entire households, including cooks, musicians, dancers, and animals like horses and dogs. There are also records of tombs being outfitted with advanced booby traps to thwart potential looters, such as crossbows set to fire when chambers were breached. Some texts even mention the use of toxic materials like mercury, which was believed to have potent properties and might have been used in large quantities in Emperor Qin Shi Huang's tomb. This tomb is still largely unexcavated, in part because of concerns about preserving the site's integrity and the potential dangers posed by mercury contamination. Government policies have long influenced the exploration and excavation of these pyramids. For many years, authorities imposed a near ban on opening major imperial tombs, fearing that once they were exposed to air, the delicate contents inside would degrade or be lost. The technology to preserve items like silk, wood, and other organic materials was limited, and the memory of earlier, damaging excavations served as a warning. This cautious approach meant that large-scale archaeological projects on the tombs of Qin Shi Huang or certain Han emperors were postponed, leaving big questions unanswered. In recent years, new techniques in remote sensing, ground-penetrating radar, and conservation science have prompted discussions about whether a more thorough investigation is possible without risking irreparable harm to these ancient sites. Cultural and political considerations also loom. Imperial tombs are not just historical artifacts. They carry deep symbolic importance as sacred resting places of revered figures. Disturbing these resting places can be seen as disrespectful or as inviting misfortune. Some local communities still hold superstitions or spiritual beliefs about interfering with the dead. Moreover, the Chinese government has to balance public interest, scholarly research, and cultural preservation. Over the last few decades, a handful of tombs have been partially excavated or studied with non-invasive methods, offering glimpses into the treasures they contain. However, these efforts remain limited, and significant portions of the pyramid complexes continue to lie untouched beneath layers of soil and vegetation. The aesthetic appearance of these earthen mounds has changed over time. While initially they might have had more defined shapes or faced surfaces, centuries of weathering, agriculture, and plant growth have softened their outlines. Some have been terraced by local farmers who grow crops on the slopes, and a few are difficult to differentiate from natural hills unless viewed from a distance. In certain cases, official preservation efforts have sought to limit agricultural activity or other forms of land use around the mounds, aiming to protect them from further erosion. Yet in areas without strict monitoring, the boundaries between protected and unprotected land can be murky. The result is that some sites remain poorly documented. The growing interest in Chinese pyramids has led to a surge in tourism to the Xi'an region, fueled partly by the fame of the terracotta warriors. Tour guides sometimes point out the mounds that pepper the landscape, using binoculars or vantage points to give visitors a closer look. But an up-close visit to most of these pyramids is not always straightforward, and official narratives often focus more on known attractions like the Terracotta Army Museum rather than on the lesser-known tomb mounds. Researchers occasionally publish findings about ongoing surveys or partial excavations, but grand-scale projects remain rare. Despite these challenges, the allure of what might be hidden inside these structures persists, and scholars continue to seek government backing for more thorough, technology-assisted exploration. Stories about secret chambers, booby traps, or pools of liquid mercury inside these tombs have made their way into popular culture, sometimes blending historical records with fictionalized adventures. This blend of fact and speculation can generate excitement, but it can also lead to misunderstandings. The real significance of these sites lies in their role as primary sources of information about early Chinese society, politics, belief systems, and funerary practices. Each carefully arranged layer of earth, each relic buried in the tomb, and each painting or carving can help fill in details about what life was like for ancient elites, how they wielded authority, and how they viewed the transition to the afterlife. In the absence of comprehensive excavations, questions about the full extent of these hidden treasures remain unanswered. A number of questions spark debate among archaeologists and historians. Some wonder whether further study of these structures might fundamentally change current understandings of the Han, Qin, and other dynasties. Others worry about the risks, especially the potential for damage. The success of excavations like that of the Terracotta Army, which turned out to be both a sensational find and a major tourist attraction, serves as both inspiration and caution. Thanks to that excavation, the world learned about the grand military might of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, but also saw how delicate the paint on the figures was and how quickly it could flake off upon contact with air. That experience prompted improvements in preservation techniques, yet challenges remain immense. It is a delicate balance between revealing history and preserving it intact for future generations and potentially better technology. The broader cultural context of these pyramids includes the concept of feng shui, which emphasizes harmony between humans and the environment. The placement of an imperial tomb was never random. Palaces and tombs were ideally located according to principles that considered the surrounding mountains, rivers, and cardinal directions. Scholars of ancient China might analyze the orientation of these mounds, the shape of the landscape, and the distribution of water sources. This holistic perspective can offer insight into how the builders viewed nature and the spiritual realm. While modern science may not always accept every aspect of feng shui, there is a growing appreciation for the way ancient architects and planners integrated their construction with the natural environment, whether for religious, aesthetic, or practical reasons. All these factors combine to make the ancient Chinese pyramids a topic of enduring fascination. They are monuments to power and belief, embodiments of advanced engineering, and custodians of secrets from a distant past. So many questions remain. What exact treasures lie sealed in the central chambers? What knowledge about ancient politics, economics, and daily life might be gleaned from the artifacts and inscriptions found within? Will modern technology eventually allow a deeper exploration without risking the destruction of irreplaceable relics? The best current insights rely on a mix of historical documents, partial excavations, and remote sensing, and these hints keep the conversation going. Even as scholars debate strategies, the pyramids sit quietly, still an integral part of the region's landscape, waiting for an era when they can be understood more completely. The story of these earthen pyramids is also the story of how a civilization viewed death and the afterlife. Every layer of packed earth tells of an empire's ambition to create a legacy that would transcend mortal life, reflecting a desire to ensure that the emperor's power extended beyond the grave. While visitors might not be able to walk among towering stone blocks as in other parts of the world, they can still sense the ancient grandeur in the gentle slopes and flattened tops of these hill-like structures. Over time, scientists, archaeologists, and enthusiasts will likely continue pressing for more thorough investigations. In the meantime, the ancient Chinese pyramids remain an elusive chapter in the human past, merging into the horizon, yet standing as reminders of a civilization's monumental accomplishments and grand burial traditions. On the island nation of Malta lies one of the most intriguing underground monuments of the ancient world, the Hypogam of Hal Saflieni. Often simply called the Hypogam, this subterranean site has captivated researchers, visitors, and the Maltese people for over a century. It is a structure hewn directly out of rock, descending multiple levels beneath the surface, and features an impressive array of chambers, corridors, and niches. The earliest sections of the Hypogam date back to around 4000 BCE, making it one of the oldest known underground temples in the world. It is widely believed to have served as both a sanctuary and a burial site, providing valuable insights into the rituals, art, and community structures of Malta's prehistoric inhabitants. Discovered by accident in the early 20th century during construction work, the Hypogam was initially treated with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Workers removing rubble from a site in Paola stumbled upon a subterranean chamber adorned with elaborate carvings. News spread, and experts soon realized they had found something extraordinary. Early examinations revealed that the Hypogam contained relics of a mysterious Neolithic culture that had built various megalithic structures across Malta, including above-ground temples such as Hagar Kim and Mohenjo-daro. But this was the first time anyone had seen a complex labyrinth of chambers carved into solid rock, suggesting advanced planning and stoneworking techniques far beyond what was commonly assumed for that era. One of the most notable features of the Hypogam is its architectural complexity. It spans multiple levels, traditionally listed as an upper, middle, and lower level, and each area contains rooms of varied shapes and sizes. Some are circular or elliptical, while others are more rectangular or irregular. The builders seem to replicate certain design elements found in Malta's above-ground temples, such as the characteristic curved walls or apses. This continuity has led scholars to propose that the Hypogam might have been envisioned as an underground extension of the same religious culture that produced the megalithic temples. There are passageways linking different zones, creating a maze-like environment. Researchers are still piecing together how these areas might have functioned in rituals, gatherings, or funerary practices. The decorations found within the Hypogam are equally fascinating. Some of the chambers have red ochre paintings on the walls and ceilings, forming spiral motifs or dotted patterns. These shapes echo similar designs discovered at other ancient Maltese temples, further connecting the hypogeum to a larger cultural or religious tradition. The presence of ochre might have had symbolic significance. Ochre has been associated with burial rites in various ancient cultures around the world, often linked to ideas of life, death, and rebirth. Even the acoustics of certain chambers, such as the so-called oracle room, have been the focus of much discussion. When someone speaks or chants in that room, the sound resonates throughout the surrounding chambers, creating an effect that might have been used in ceremonial contexts. The hypogeum has yielded a rich collection of artifacts, including figurines, pottery shards, and various tools. Among the most famous discoveries is the Sleeping Lady, a small figurine depicting a woman lying on her side. This piece is often considered a masterpiece of Neolithic art, hinting at the possible spiritual or cultural significance of the female form in that society. Along with these figurines, archaeologists have found the remains of thousands of individuals interred in the complex. The exact number is difficult to pin down, but early reports mention an extraordinarily high count of skeletal remains scattered across multiple chambers. This suggests that the hypogeum served as a communal tomb where the deceased were placed over many generations. It may also indicate that the site had a ceremonial or ancestral role, perhaps as a focal point for rites of passage or ancestor worship. One of the persistent questions about the hypogeum is the nature of the culture that built it. Little is known about these people except that they flourished on Malta before eventually vanishing around 2500 BCE. Their megalithic structures, including the hypogeum, predate the pyramids of Egypt and Stonehenge in England. How they arrived on Malta and managed to sustain such an organized community capable of significant architectural endeavors remains a subject of debate. The island's limited resources would have posed challenges for a large population. Yet they built multiple temples and this underground complex, indicating a high level of social coordination. Some theories suggest that a combination of environmental changes, resource depletion, or possibly outside influences led to the culture's decline. Given the hypogeum's sensitivity and the fragility of its environment, conservation has been a major concern. The site was closed to the public in the late 20th century after experts observed changes in humidity and microclimate that threatened the preservation of the red ochre paintings and the overall integrity of the structure. A controlled system was later introduced to regulate temperature and humidity. Visitor numbers were also strictly limited, with only a small group allowed in each day and for a limited time. This measure was essential for preserving the site. While it makes access difficult, it has helped stabilize conditions so that the hypogeum might survive for future generations. Research at the site has embraced non-invasive techniques to avoid further damage. Methods like laser scanning and 3D modeling have been used to create detailed digital maps of the chambers. Ground-penetrating radar and other imaging technologies have also helped researchers understand the underlying rock and identify areas that might hide undiscovered passages or structural weaknesses. Some of these studies have revealed how the different levels of the hypogeum are arranged and how they might have been expanded or modified over centuries. This data has enhanced the conversation about how the hypogeum evolved as a living monument, possibly undergoing changes in design as the needs and beliefs of the community shifted. The acoustic phenomenon of the oracle room has led some researchers to explore the idea that sound played a deliberate role in the hypogeum's design. The shape of certain chambers amplifies low-frequency sounds, creating a resonating effect that could induce a particular emotional or psychological state. Speculations range from the idea that chanting or drumming might have been performed during funerary rites to suggestions that the ancients possessed sophisticated knowledge of acoustics. Although these theories are debated, there is little doubt that the acoustic effects within the hypogeum are striking and unlike those in most above-ground temples of the same era. Legends and local lore often surround ancient places, and the hypogeum is no exception. Some stories claim that entire classes of people vanished in its depths, or that labyrinthine tunnels stretch beneath the island, connecting to other megalithic sites or even leading out to sea. While there is no concrete archaeological evidence to support these claims, they highlight the sense of wonder that the hypogeum evokes. The very idea of a multi-level complex carved into the island's rock conjures images of secret passageways and hidden chambers, fueling a kind of mystique that appeals to both tourists and scholars. The spiritual or religious significance of the hypogeum is a subject of ongoing research. Most experts agree that it functioned as both a temple and a necropolis, but the exact rituals that took place underground are not definitively understood. The presence of offerings, figurines, and elaborate paintings suggests a place of reverence, while the deposition of so many human remains indicates that it was also a final resting place. In many ancient cultures, tombs and temples were not strictly separate concepts. Spaces that were dedicated to the dead were often also places for the living to communicate with ancestral spirits or deities. The hypogeum may have been a focal point for a community's spiritual life, bridging the gap between the physical world and whatever they believed lay beyond. There is an ongoing conversation about the genetic ancestry of the individuals buried in the hypogeum, prompted by modern techniques in ancient DNA analysis. If researchers gain permission to conduct detailed DNA testing on these remains, it might be possible to learn more about the population's origins, their relationships to other prehistoric groups in the Mediterranean, and how they changed over time. Such data could shed light on whether they were an isolated group or had ongoing contact with neighbors across the sea. The results could transform the understanding of Malta's prehistoric era, though ethical and preservation concerns would need to be addressed before any comprehensive analysis proceeds. Tourists fortunate enough to secure a ticket to visit the hypogeum often describe a surreal experience of descending into dimly lit, stone-cut corridors that open into chambers with curved walls and ceilings. Even though the site is carefully managed, there is an immediate sense of stepping into another world, far removed from modern city life. One can imagine flickering torchlight illuminating the red ochre patterns in ancient times, with sounds of chanting echoing through the hallways. The restricted number of visitors at any given time, while frustrating for some, adds to the contemplative atmosphere and helps preserve a sense of connection to the past. The international community has recognized the importance of the hypogeum, and it has been declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This designation underscores its global cultural value and the need for continued conservation efforts. The hypogeum's status also places it among the most significant prehistoric monuments in Europe. As researchers continue to piece together the site's history, they uncover more evidence of a sophisticated society that once thrived in Malta, leaving behind an underground masterpiece that still resonates, literally and figuratively, with echoes of a bygone era. In spite of a century of study, much about the hypogeum remains uncertain. It is a testament to the creativity, skill, and devotion of the people who carved it, as well as to the fragility of the knowledge we have inherited from ancient times. The interplay of architecture, ritual, death, and community is woven into its stone walls and decorative patterns. Though limited visitor access might seem a hindrance, it is a necessary compromise to ensure the site's preservation. Future technologies may open new avenues of exploration, allowing for a deeper understanding of the hypogeum without compromising its delicate conditions. For now, the hypogeum of Hal Saflieni remains a rare glimpse into a vanished world. It silently keeps its secrets about the beliefs and lives of the people who built it, entombing both the dead and the cultural soul of a society that existed thousands of years ago. Each new piece of research adds a fragment to the broader puzzle of Malta's prehistoric past, revealing a culture that was both advanced and deeply connected to the land. The hypogeum's underground chambers serve as a reminder that humanity's quest for meaning and the desire to honor those who have passed on is as old as civilization itself. India's landscape is dotted with an extraordinary range of rock-cut temples, serving as striking examples of architecture carved directly out of solid stone. These structures reflect the religious diversity and the sophisticated engineering capabilities of ancient societies on the subcontinent. Whether it is the cave complexes of Ajanta and Ellora in Maharashtra or the monolithic Kailasa temple, these sites demonstrate remarkable craftsmanship, artistry, and a drive to create enduring spiritual spaces. Constructed over different periods and under the patronage of various dynasties, the prehistoric and early historic rock-cut temples encapsulate a fusion of cultural, political, and religious influences that shaped Indian civilization. Among the most famous examples are the Ajanta caves, which date back to around the 2nd century BCE and were developed in multiple phases up to around the 6th century CE. These caves are predominantly Buddhist, showcasing intricately carved chaityas, prayer halls, and viharas, monastic living quarters, adorned with detailed murals and sculptures. Workers carefully chiseled away basalt rock to create spacious interiors, columns, and elaborate facades. The walls and ceilings bear vibrant paintings that depict scenes from the life of the Buddha and various Jataka tales. Though centuries have passed, many of these artworks still retain elements of their original color and detail, offering glimpses into the aesthetic and storytelling traditions of the time. Close to Ajanta lies the Ellora Caves complex, which dates from around the 6th to the 10th centuries CE and includes caves dedicated to Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain faiths. Ellora is notable for showcasing a coexistence of multiple religious communities as structures for different faiths stand side by side. Among these, the Hindu Kailasa Temple, Cave 16, is a magnificent example of monolithic architecture. Dedicated to the god Shiva, this temple was carved from a single massive rock cliff, a feat that involved the removal of approximately 200,000 tons of stone. The result is an elaborately decorated, multi-storied complex with pillars, courtyards, and towering spires. The carvings on its walls feature mythological scenes, deities, and animals, all rendered with meticulous detail. Scholars consider the Kailasa Temple a masterpiece of engineering and artistry from the Rashtrakuta dynasty, representing a period when religious devotion and royal ambition combined to create monumental structures. Rock-cut architecture in India is not limited to these two famous complexes. Other sites, such as the Elephanta Caves near Mumbai, the Badami Cave temples in Karnataka, and the Mahabalipuram complex in Tamil Nadu, also highlight the extensive tradition of carving shrines and temples out of solid stone. Many of these projects began in prehistoric or early historic times and continued through later periods, evolving in style and technique. Builders often selected cliff faces or rocky hillsides that offered a stable foundation for carving. The process was painstaking. Stonemasons would mark out the desired layout, then carefully remove rock from the front to the back, creating chambers, pillars, and sculptures. Any mistake in measuring or carving could result in structural flaws, leaving no simple way to correct them. This high-risk process required meticulous planning and skilled craftsmanship, as well as the necessary patronage to fund and support laborers, artists, and religious specialists. Aesthetic elements in these temples include detailed sculptures of deities, celestial beings, and mythical creatures, reflecting the religious narratives and iconography of the time. The walls might portray scenes from epic texts like the Ramayana or the Mahabharata, or stories illustrating moral and spiritual lessons. Moreover, many of these sites incorporate water features, courtyards, and strategic openings to allow natural light. The synergy between architecture and nature is evident, as these temples often blend seamlessly into their natural settings, making them appear as if they have always been a part of the rock face. Some caves even employ acoustic considerations, creating resonant halls that amplify chanting or musical performances. The question of how these ancient workers achieved such advanced rock-cutting techniques has led to various speculations. Early methods probably involved iron chisels, hammers, and other handheld tools, along with a deep understanding of the local rock's composition. Craftsmen learned through generations of practice which angles and pressures to apply, and they planned each cut with remarkable precision. In some temples, such as those in Ajanta and Ellora, artists even had to incorporate existing fault lines or natural fissures in the rock into their designs. The result is a harmonious blend of artistry and geology. Modern research occasionally uses non-invasive methods like laser scanning to understand the sequence of carving and the strategies that ancient builders employed. A significant aspect of India's rock-cut temples is the reflection of shifting religious landscapes. Early caves like those at Ajanta were predominantly Buddhist, featuring simple yet elegant columns and stupas. Over time, as Buddhism interacted with Hindu and Jain traditions, styles began to merge or stand adjacent to each other in complexes like Ellora. Hindu rulers patronized projects that highlighted stories from their own traditions, leading to more elaborate sculptures of gods and goddesses. Jain caves in Ellora and elsewhere similarly featured Tirthankaras, spiritual teachers, intricately carved in austere yet refined styles. This juxtaposition of faiths in a single archaeological site is emblematic of medieval India's religious pluralism. Beyond their religious significance, these temples also serve as cultural and historical archives. The murals at Ajanta, for instance, depict scenes of courtly life, fashion, and social interactions, providing anthropologists and historians with valuable snapshots of an era that left behind limited written records. Stylized paintings show elaborate costumes, jewelry, and hairstyles, along with glimpses into the daily life of monks, traders, and nobles. In some instances, inscriptions in the caves record royal donations or commemorate significant events. These epigraphs, though sometimes fragmentary, help scholars piece together timelines, identify dynastic patrons, and understand the evolution of art styles. Conservation efforts have become paramount as these ancient marvels face natural and human-induced threats. Weathering, water seepage, and biological growth like moss and lichens can damage carved surfaces and painted murals. Changes in humidity, temperature fluctuations, and the impact of large tourist crowds can accelerate deterioration. In response, authorities have implemented measures such as regulated visitor access, periodic restoration of murals, and the installation of protective barriers. Despite these efforts, maintaining the delicate balance between preservation and accessibility remains challenging. Restoration techniques must be carefully chosen so as not to overwrite the original artistry, and modern interventions need to be reversible to accommodate future improvements in conservation science. Modern visitors often experience a sense of awe when they step into these rock-cut temples. It is not just the sculptures or the murals that are impressive, but the very concept of an entire shrine carved from a mountainside. The play of natural light filtering through carved pillars or doorways can create a dramatic effect, illuminating statues and corridors in a way that might mirror the original builder's intentions. Guides frequently point out subtle features such as hidden carvings high on the ceilings or the remarkable symmetry of columns. Such attention to detail encourages a deeper appreciation of the sophisticated engineering and artistic talent that flourished in ancient India. These rock-cut temples are more than just tourist destinations. They are active historical sites that continue to influence modern Indian culture and identity. Local communities often hold festivals or religious ceremonies in or around the caves, maintaining a living connection to the site's original purpose. Scholars and students from around the world visit to study the architecture, iconography, and painting styles, ensuring that academic interest remains high. In recent years, collaborative research efforts involving archaeologists, art historians, geologists, and conservation experts have led to deeper interdisciplinary understandings, bridging gaps between art, science, and cultural heritage. Debate still surrounds the question of when precisely these rock-cut traditions began in India and to what extent they can be traced back to prehistoric roots. Certain primitive rock shelters with basic carvings and paintings exist in central India, such as the Bhimbetka rock shelters, which date back tens of thousands of years. While Bhimbetka is not a temple site, it points to a long legacy of people interacting with rock surfaces for artistic or spiritual purposes. The move toward creating more organized religious structures might have been driven by expanding populations, evolving social hierarchies, and the patronage of rulers who wanted to commemorate their reigns with grand monuments. By the time complex sites like Ajanta and Ellora were in full swing, rock-cut architecture had reached a high level of technical mastery, showing an unbroken tradition of carving skills passed down through the ages. Understanding how these temples were funded and organized is another area of interest. Royal patronage played a significant role, as kings sought to legitimize their power by constructing monumental works that would stand for centuries. Guilds of stonemasons, sculptors, and painters likely traveled from site to site, honing their craft under the auspices of different rulers. Some caves at Ellora even bear inscriptions indicating donations by local merchants or wealthy individuals, suggesting that broader segments of society could contribute to religious building projects. This combination of royal endorsement and communal support highlights the strong interweaving of religion, economy, and governance in ancient India. In more modern times, the rock-cut temples have also sparked debates about cultural appropriation, authenticity, and preservation. Given India's colonial past, the way these sites were documented and interpreted by early European scholars sometimes carried biases that overlooked local expertise or oral histories. Today, Indian archaeologists and cultural experts often lead the way in researching and interpreting these monuments, offering more nuanced insights rooted in local traditions and languages. They emphasize the importance of preserving the intangible heritage as well, the rituals, chants, and festivals that give these ancient caves life in the contemporary world. As new technologies emerge, there is potential for more non-invasive exploration of these rock-cut sites. Techniques like 3D laser scanning, photogrammetry, and ground-penetrating radar could reveal undiscovered chambers or structural vulnerabilities. Digital reconstructions might allow experts and the public alike to visualize the temples as they appeared centuries ago, complete with their original colors and architectural layouts. This kind of virtual restoration can enhance scholarly understanding without risking harm to the physical structures. It can also serve as an educational tool, especially when integrated into museum exhibits or online platforms. Ultimately, the prehistoric and early historic rock-cut temples of India serve as an enduring testament to human creativity, devotion, and perseverance. Each chiseled corridor or carefully rendered sculpture is a product of both physical labor and spiritual aspiration. They stand not as isolated monuments, but as symbols of the cultures and beliefs that thrived in the subcontinent over millennia. From the quiet beauty of the Ajanta murals to the monumental grandeur of the Kailasa temple, these sites continue to inspire admiration. They invite reflection on what it means to build for eternity, carving art and faith into the very bedrock of the earth, and in doing so, leaving a legacy that speaks across the ages to all who enter their stony embrace.